Stand up, lean forward, gradually get out of your chairs tonight, Giants fan. I'm not even going to demand stand up from you guys tonight the way this team has been playing, but we get another game. We're on prime time as Daniel Jones and the New York Giants look to improve their record on prime time from 1-362 to 2-362. We'll see how the Giants do. They've been outscored, I think, like 7 million to 6 since Daniel Jones has been a Giant on prime time as they take on the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers come into tonight with, I think, the second-ranked defense in the NFL. Mike Tomlin once again has them doing very well. They're 5-2. He always seems to get wins out of that team, even with Russell Wilson replacing Justin Fields last week. I watched that game, actually, or at least a large portion of it. A lot of deep balls, so obviously you got to look out for Pickett's tonight. Daniel Jones lining up at quarterback again for the Giants. Cordell Flott inactive. We'll see how the Giants do. We're riding solo tonight. Bad Dog, of course, calling the World Series game. Big game tonight for the New York Yankees, but I'm not going to miss out on the fun with you guys, all the Giants fans out there. Appreciate all you guys for tuning in. I'm actually looking forward to tonight. I get to talk to my chat a bit more. You guys kind of get to be the co-host. So looking forward to calling the game tonight, and hopefully we have some fun, and hopefully the New York Giants find a way to make it a competitive football game, and we'll see where we go from there. But let's say hello to everybody in the chat. What's going on? Blitz fan, what's going on? Roman, what's going on? Rooster, Oscar in the chat. Did the Giants get to 10? I hope so. I hope so. Michael, what's going on? Joseph, what's going on? Roman, what's going on? Cy Guy, Blitz, what's up? Bill, good to see you, man. Blitz said, has Chris ever called the Giants game? So I have. Yes, I have. I actually, when I first started, I called Giants game solo. Probably the first 2 or 3 games I called solo, and then Bad Dog we started doing it jointly. But yeah, and I think last year or 2 years ago, Bad Dog missed one of the games. I don't remember. But yes, I've called Giants game solo before. What if we win? What if we win? We're 3-5, and we get ready for the Commanders, who look great. They're 6-2 now. The game-winning touchdown this past week, an insane play. So they look great. 1 week at a time. If we win, that'd be great. It'd be nice to get a win. Tank and Tana, what's going on, Bluegrass? Chris Solo, what's going on? Dan, thanks for popping in, man. Oscar, what's going on, man? Terry says, is Motor playing tonight? I'm going to be honest. I didn't get a chance to see I know that Cordell Flott is out. I think Motor's playing. I could be wrong on that. Somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I saw that he was out tonight. He played last week in a bit of a limited capacity. Tracy got the start, but Motor did play last week. I think he's playing. Let's see. What's going on there? Brian, good to see you, man. Bill said, let's see. Giants should have beat, we should have beat Washington, but we didn't. Could have, should have, would have. We've been saying that for so many years. They could have beat this team. They could have beat that team, but we didn't. One thing I'd like to see from Brian Dable tonight for a change, hopefully, maybe, just maybe, the New York Giants could have more than 3 first-half carries. I'm just saying. I'm just asking for a friend. We've had 7 first-half carries in the last 2 weeks combined, maybe 8. Not enough. Josh Azuda's your starting left tackle. Maybe try to establish the run early on in the football game. That'd be nice. And Lord Commander Manny, man, thank you very much, man. Chris, hi from PSL, Port St. Lucie. Thank you for being here, man. Been a long-time subscriber of mine. I remember you telling me that you were a Mets fan, Knicks fan. Knicks playing tonight as well. I got him on in the background right now as we get ready for the Giants game tonight. Knicks trail 11-8 early on, but they'll be fine. They look sluggish against Boston game 1. But they came out, looked great against Indiana. I think the Knicks will be fine. Really excited about the Knicks this year. And Donovan, what's going on, man? He says, what are your thoughts so far in the World Series? I'm going to be honest. I'm a Mets fan, so I'm still hungover from the Mets losing to the Dodgers. I've watched bits and pieces. Obviously, I saw the Dodgers come back at the end of the game against the Yankees. They won the last game 4-2. I haven't been tuning in to watch the full games. I got knocked out. I'm a Mets fan. There's not a lot invested in me for the World Series. I've watched a little bit, but I won't be tuning into the game tonight. I know a lot of Giants fans are Yankees fans. Good luck tonight. But listen, if I was a Yankees fan, I wouldn't be down. I wouldn't say the series is over. All you got to do is go back to 1996. The Yankees dropped the first 2 to the Atlanta Braves. They came back. They got some home cooking. They won 4 straight. They won 3 straight at home, and then they won game 6. So the World Series is far from over. Yankees still have a great lineup. The Dodgers starting pitching is very questionable. They have a strong bullpen. They've pitched well against the Yankees thus far, but I wouldn't say that series is over. If the Yankees lose tonight, well, yeah, at that point, you're in big trouble. So must-win game tonight for the Yankees. Probably have to win the next 3 if you're being honest. You can't expect to go back down 3-2 to L.A., but you'd probably sign up for that at this point, the way that series has started. But far from over. I think the Yankees still have a chance, but they got to win tonight. Let's see. And Adventure, thank you for being a member, says, hey, Chris, I hope they found an okay solution to the left tackle. I can't watch Azudu play. Well, then we didn't find the solution because – but, Thomas is the solution, but he's hurt. Neighbor's going to tear up their secondary if we can block. Yeah, the problem is I worry very much that we can block. The Pittsburgh Steelers have one of the best defenses in the sport. They have a great pass rush. We all saw what Azudu was. He's still shitty. We saw him last week, so we'll see. But I think it's going to be low scoring. Itsu says, I predict this is DJ's last start. I don't think it'll be DJ's last start. I don't. I think if the Giants are going to replace DJ, as I've said over the last couple of weeks, I think it'll be after the bye. I think they'll make the change after the bye, and it'll be very similar to that of what the Denver Broncos did with Russell Wilson. I think it was last year when they were worried about the injury clause in his contract. They made the change probably right around the same time. I think that's when the Giants will make the change. After the bye, they'll give DeVito or Locke or whoever it's going to be an extra week to prepare. That's how I see it playing out. I don't think this will be his last start. Of course, if the Giants win some games, he'll continue to play. But if the team loses their next 3 games, yeah, I think he'll be replaced after the bye. What's up, Nicholas Mannix? Pop it in. Bad Dogs calling the Yankees game, Stone Sour. Let's see. JC says, I've seen research on Dave since college that he's never actually developed a quarterback or a track record of winning football. I'm over Dable. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not here's Dable's track record. I'm not in the locker rooms, but he coached at Alabama. He coached Hurts. He coached Tua. He then got the job with Buffalo, due in large part to that, right? Buffalo saw that they had a quarterback that needed some grooming, a guy that was a project with a high skill set, and they specifically looked for Dable because of his track record at the quarterback position. Now, Josh Allen's unbelievable. You know, a lot of the credit has to go to Josh Allen, but Dable, of course, got the Giants job because of the success he had with Josh Allen, with the Buffalo Bills. And Daniel Jones had his best year as a pro. Brian Dable's first year as the head coach with the New York Giants. And then DeVito actually looked decent for a guy that was a UDFA. So I'm not completely out on Dable in terms of what I'm hoping that he could be a guy that can mold a young quarterback for this team if we end up going that route in the future. But I do think there's a lot of questionable things he's done this year, specifically the last 2 weeks with the play calling. Like I said, I don't understand it. I don't, especially with Josh Azudu at the left tackle. How do you run the ball 3 times last week in the first half, or for whatever it was, 3-4 times in the first half last week? Didn't make a lot of sense. He did the same thing the week before. Got to try to run the ball. Even if you're getting 2-3 yards a carry, we know that the Giants aren't going to be able to go out there with the limited offensive line, with Thomas out, with Daniel Jones at quarterback, and be able to throw the ball 30, 35 times and win this football game. So hopefully they try to run the ball early on in this game. But I'm not out on Dable yet, but I certainly see why people are concerned. Bob says, why is Dable also stubborn when it comes to Neal? He's the 7th overall pick. Just put him in. Well, Bob, I don't know if it's he might be taking the advice from Brasillo for all I know. Brasillo may be telling him, because if I recall, somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there some kind of tension this offseason during training camp between Neal and Brasillo? Like, I could have sworn there was something where they were not on the same page. There was a story about that, if I'm not mistaken. So for all we know, he may be in the doghouse with Brasillo, and Brasillo may feel he's not ready to start. But I'm pretty sure that did take place. So that may have something to do with it. He may be in the doghouse with Brasillo. I'm with you, though. I would prefer Bob to see Neal play, because we all know what Azudu is. And he's not a tackle. He's not a guard. Actually, I don't know. You guys may have missed it. The Donald Trump video when he was at McDonald's, Azudu was one of the guys helping him pack the fries, because that's where he belongs, because he's not a starting offensive lineman in the NFL. Markman, salute, stand up. What's going on, Markman? Thanks for popping in the stream, man. And Asia, thank you for being a member. Hey, Sexy Tain, a long time coming. Sorry I hadn't been around. It's been a roller coaster year for me, and I was considering, oh my God. Don't say that, Asia. I appreciate you for being here. Don't say that. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a member. What's up, Marcus, man? Thanks for popping in, man. Let's see. And Simon says, sup, Chris, I'm only here to watch you, not the Giants. Well, hopefully the Giants give us something to watch tonight, man. I hope we have fun. I hope we get to call a good game. I hope we get to hang out with the chat. And the Giants make this a bowl game. I don't want to be talking movies by the second quarter. That's the goal tonight. I hope it's a competitive game and Dable comes out with a better game plan and the Giants can make this competitive. If we're going to stand any chance tonight, it's going to be the pass rush, because we know we're not going to get much going with the offense with obviously the limited offensive line and going up against a defense like Pittsburgh. So the pass rush is going to have to give us a chance to win this game. That's obvious. Let's see. Louis says, something. Thanks for calling the game. Go G-Man. Thanks for being here, man. Who scores more, the Yankees or the Giants? You know what? That should actually be like a prop bet on SETI. That should be like a prop bet on like one of the betting sites, DraftKings or whatever. Who scores more points tonight, the Yankees or the New York Giants? I think it's going to be close because I'm going to be honest. I think the Giants are going to struggle to score more than maybe 10 points. And who knows? In football, you never know. Maybe Russell Wilson throws a pick six. Who knows? But I think the offense, if they're gonna win this game tonight, the offense has to be able to run the football. You have to be able to. They have to win. If they're gonna win tonight, it's gonna be the same way they were able to win games in 2022. They're gonna have to grind out the clock. They're gonna have long drives and keep Pittsburgh's offense off the field. I don't really. I mean, maybe Neighbors breaks a big play here or there, maybe. But I think we're going to struggle against this pass rush with our offensive line. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Dable comes out with an incredible game plan and the Giants stun the world and we get out to a 3-5 start. That'd be nice. What's up there, little Robbie says, you the best friend. We ain't the Jets. Celebrate. What a disaster, man. What a disaster the New York Jets are. I mean, we shouldn't talk as Giants fans. Our team's been a disaster since our last Super Bowl. But how did the Jets do it? They had me convinced. They had me convinced going into the year. I said, yeah, they're going to win 11 games, 12 games. They're going to compete to win that division. Aaron Rodgers, second year, he's back. I was convinced. I was convinced that the Jets were going to be an 11 or 12 win team this year. I don't know how they do it. It's just a repetitive cycle with that football team. Go out, sign an old quarter. They signed Neil O'Donnell back in the 90s. How did that work out? They go out, they signed Testaverde. Worked great for 1 year. Obviously, one of their best years in franchise history for the 1 year. Was a disaster after that. He got hurt, of course. Ray Lucas came in. You go out, you get Brett Favre. Disaster. He, of course, got hurt. And Aaron Rodgers has been an absolute disaster, is putting it nicely. Then you go out, you get Devontae Adams. I mean, the Jets are just all in. They've completely sold out. And yeah, I mean, that team is a mess right now. I already fired Robert Saleh, 4 weeks into the season, 5 weeks into the season. You got to think Joe Douglas is on his way out. Has to be. How does Joe Douglas not get fired at year's end? How does he not get fired? So the Jets, I mean, as bad as we are, the Jets might be in a worse position than we are at this point, and we may be fighting with one another to potentially draft a quarterback in next year's draft. Let's see. Giants should be 3-0 on the road this season. Yeah, we say a lot of shouldas with the Giants, though. That's the problem. Illumino right tackle, Azudu left tackle. Big trouble when it comes to the blind side. But yeah, if I were Joe Douglas, I'd resign. I think he's going to get fired. That's for sure. I mean, I can't imagine he's going to be able to keep his job after this. Can't imagine it. And Wampa says, Bad Dog doing Yankees game. Don't blame him. He needs a break from watching the Giants. So do you. We all need a break from the Giants. Wampback says, what's up, Big Mike? Man, thanks for popping in. Michael says, I have a feeling a lot of the decisions aren't his. Douglas? I mean, probably. What's up, Julian? Man, thanks for popping in. How you doing tonight? Let's go, John. I'm doing well, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to hang out with the chat. Obviously, when I do these games, I mean, I'm going to do the play-by-play, so I'm not going to be talking to you guys in between every single play. But when I do these games, a lot of the times, obviously, I have Bad Dog on, so I talk to Bad Dog. So I'm actually a change of pace. I'm looking forward to tonight. Get an opportunity to converse with you guys in the chat, in between plays, and should be fun. I'm looking forward to tonight. Haven't done a solo stream in a long time, so should be fun. Stone Sour says, thank you for calling the game. Of course, man. Thanks for being here, man. Doorgunner says, he's calling the Yankees game, Jay. Doorgunner says, we outplayed the Bears yesterday and deserved to win that game. Bears fans deserve that ending too. Ghost of Dan Snyder is finally being exercised. That was a wild finish. And excited. I mean, I expect those two teams to be really competitive for the next, 5, 6, 7 years. I think both those teams have to feel like they have their franchise quarterback. So it was, even though it was somewhat low scoring, it was still an entertaining game. I watched most of it, the majority of it. Of course, I saw the ending. Congratulations, man. If you're a Washington fan, you have to be excited, even when Jaden Daniels got hurt, you guys still look great offensively. So you guys have to be excited with the way that the team has looked thus far. Let's see. Chris, are we rooting for a win or loss? I always root for a win, Simon. I'm not gonna criticize people for having their opinions. say, do whatever you want to do. I always root for a win. I understand the potential pros that come from a loss. That's just me. And Brian says, wonder if the G-Men tight ends will get some love tonight. Well, isn't it like tight end week or something? I saw that this week. They were talking about that during the Jet game. Isn't it like tight end week this week? So maybe they will. Maybe they will get some love tonight. Den says, if we lose tonight, can we consider that our season is dead? Well, Den, if we lose tonight, you're what, 2-6? You got Washington on deck. Andrew Thomas is out. Yeah, I mean, I think the season's dead already, if I'm being honest. If we're talking like potential playoffs, I mean, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'll feel a little bit differently after tonight if they could stun me. But if we're being honest, you're missing your most important player for the rest of the year with Andrew Thomas. So, yeah, I think we're in big trouble, man. I think we're in big trouble. Let's see. A lot of quarterback needy teams sit 2-6, be ready to trade a lot of assets to get the quarterback we want come April. And I think we will. If there's a quarterback we feel that's worth trading up for, I think we will. If it's, a possibility. Of course, this year we wanted to trade up and we couldn't because the teams that were sitting at the top didn't want to trade down. So we'll see what happens in the offseason. We'll see who's picking where. Can't think about it now. It's, who knows where we're going to be picking. Let's see. What's up, King Trizzy Man? Thanks for popping in. Anyone know if Illuminor's playing crazed? I saw it. I saw it on the injury report. He's playing. Let's see. And Azudu's the left tackle. So is Authentic still doing? I have no idea. I think he is. I am solo tonight, Ray, which I'm actually looking forward to. I get to talk to you guys, a bit more. It's going to be fun. But yeah, I am solo tonight. Bad Dog's doing the Yankee game. And Noah says, another year, another season looking at the draft where it's become all too familiar with us, man. And Rudy says, against all odds, let's get this W. Much respect. But good to see you, Rudy, man. Hope you're doing well, man. Great guy. College guy says, Chris, did the Giants trade Lawrence? No. Be the stupidest thing we could ever do. I've seen people like floating about that idea. Should the Giants trade Dexter Lawrence? And most of it, like you said, has been brought about by unrealistic Vikings fans, which I never knew much about their fan base, but they're incredibly unrealistic. Let me ask you a question. Did the Rams ever trade Aaron Donald? Did the will the Niners ever trade Bosa? No. When you have an elite defensive player, you don't trade him. Dexter Lawrence is one of the top 3 or 4 elite defensive players in the NFL right now. We're not trading him. He's a New York Giant. He stays. As bad as this team is, as many holes as this team has, you don't create more by trading away Dexter Lawrence. Yeah, it's nice to have extra draft picks, but what's the odds that one of those guys are going to turn into Dexter Lawrence? The guy's a monster. He's going to win Defensive Player of the Year at this rate. We're not trading Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence will be a Giant. He will remain as a Giant, and hopefully he will retire as a Giant. Let's see. And Chris says, problem next year's quarterback class does seem to be very good. I think you meant to say doesn't, because it wouldn't be a problem if the quarterback class looked good. So I think you meant doesn't. I mean, I got to watch these guys more. I've seen a little bit of Shedeur Sanders. I saw Nussmeier from LSU. I've seen him a bit. I actually think he's a little bit underrated. I don't know where he's being mocked, but I don't in the early mocks that I've seen, I haven't seen people have him in the top half of the first round. I actually like him. I wouldn't use the term love, but I like him. I actually was impressed with his arm strength a couple of times I've seen the LSU games. I haven't seen. I mean, obviously Cam Ward I know is immensely popular with a lot of people in the Giants fan base. He's got potential for sure. And Chris Bad Dog's intern says, Dex is a future Hall of Famer. Yeah, you don't touch Dex Lawrence. He stays, man. He stays. Let's see. What's up, Jacob? Man, thanks for popping in. Teams were tanking for Trevor Lawrence, and he's been average at best in the NFL. Yeah, the quarterback's super unpredictable. That class with Archie and the kid from Nebraska. Oh, dude, the kid from Nebraska is insane. And, of course, Archie's insane, too. Bad Dog's calling the Yankees World Series game. So, no Bad Dog tonight. We're going to go solo tonight. We're going to talk to the chat. Chances Jones gets benched tonight. I mean, there's always a chance. I was actually surprised, to be honest with you. I was surprised at Dable's answer last week. I haven't gotten a chance to talk about this with you guys. Dable's answer last week when asked about benching Jones, because I'm going to be honest, watching it as a fan, when he benched Jones, I said, he's not really benching Jones. He's getting Jones out because the game's over. He's not risking injury with his quarterback. Whatever, the game's over. He's pulling the starter. But that's not how he answered the question. When he was asked by, I think it was Renan, whoever it was, at the end of the game, Dable's response was, I was trying to create a spark. So I was a little surprised by that even if that was true, that he admitted that. So that was surprising. So I won't rule it out. But do I think they'll bench him? No. As I said earlier in the stream, I think if they're going to bench Jones, it'll be after the bye, when they make that decision. And Chris says, would you rather have Jaden or Caleb? I mean, it's early. I mean, both of them are super impressive. Jaden, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't super high on Jaden going in. I was wrong. That kid's legit. He's great. He's going to be great. I'd probably still slightly lean towards Caleb. And that's not a slight on Jaden Daniels. I think Caleb Williams is incredible, but who knows, man? I didn't think Trevor Lawrence was quite the prospect, but I thought he was going to be really good, and he hasn't panned out. So, but I mean, both of them, I think, are trending towards being great quarterbacks. And Giants Girl in Florida, what's going on? Thanks for popping in. And you just ignored all the production stats because you know they are bad. I don't know what we're talking about. So far, he has authentic. No doubt about it. Right now, Jaden Daniels has been the best quarterback in the rookie class. No doubt about it. It's early, but so far he's been the best quarterback in the rookie class. Won't debate that. Let's see. What's up, the Bears? Just had an argument with the wife. Definitely ready for football. Julian says, do you think the defense holds in its second interception of the season tonight? Oh, my God. That's wild. We've only had one interception all year. That's wild. Everyone ready to see what fresh hell awaits us tonight? What's up, T? Good to see you. Random question. Who wins comeback player of the year? I'm sure there's probably an obvious answer that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. Comeback player of the year. Let's see. I'm trying to think without looking at the chat because I'm sure people are saying names. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. Last year I'm assuming it was Baker Mayfield. He had a great year, comeback year last year. Who's the comeback player of the year this year? Who's the comeback player of the year? It's probably like a quarterback that got hurt last year that I'm forgetting about. And it's certainly not Daniel Jones. I don't know. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to look at the chat. Who am I forgetting about? Sam Darnold. Good call. It has to be. I mean, I don't know what he's coming back from because he was not very good, throughout the entirety of his career. But that's usually how it goes with that award. A guy that, jumps up and has a year out of nowhere. So, yeah, Sam Darnold. That's the obvious answer. It's probably Darnold. Let's see. Mark says, hey, guys, can't take it anymore, but wanted to contribute to the cause, pulling for the L. Cheers. Good to see you, Mark. Hopefully we have fun tonight. I respect fans that both sides of the coin. I understand where you're coming from at this point with this team. I will not root for a loss, but I'm not going to kill fans that are rooting for it because I understand at the end of the day, your head's in the same place as me. You're thinking about the long-term best interest of the team. But we'll see how the Giants do today. Hopefully, Dable runs the ball more than 3 times in the first half. That would be a good start. That'd be a good start with the running backs. I'm sure Daniel Jones had some carries, but hopefully he calls more than 3 first-half run plays with the running back in the first half this week. That'd be nice. Let's see. And Little Robbie says, if I purchase the Giants, we are moving back to New York. No excuses. And Thomas says, the comeback player award has turned into the most improved player. Yeah, I feel like it's always been that way, Thomas, I'd have to go back and look at the course of history, but I feel like it's usually that. I'll tell you another guy, actually, and I'm not surprised because of the circumstance he's in now. He's a great player, but now he's in a great situation. Saquon Barkley. He did not have a very good year last year. Obviously, the Giants having a lot to do with that. He's having an incredible year this year with the Eagles. He might be a guy that you would consider too. I mean, I know we don't want to say that as Giants fans, but yeah, I would lean towards Darnold. MV says Monday Night Football, Cat makes the return tonight. Hopefully not. If I'm not mistaken, MV we were winning in that game by like double digits or 2 possessions against the Cowboys, and we ended up losing as the Cat came out at halftime. As the Giants kick the ball out of the end zone, Steelers will start with the ball. Start of the first quarter. Giants, Steelers. Hopefully you guys have your strongest blunt and your most alcohol content beverage that you have in your hand, because you may need it to get through tonight's game as the Giants and Steelers get ready for battle here at Heinz Field. Giants, Steelers. Last time we played, if I'm not mistaken, was also on prime time to open up the season. I think it was Joe Judge's first year as the head coach for the New York Giants. Russell Wilson starting at quarterback here for the Steelers under center. Giants with a 4-man front. Wilson will take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to fake. He's going to roll out to the right. Throws. Hits his man in stride up to the 40. Out of bounds at the 41 as the Steelers get off to a good start on this drive. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 41 after an 11-yard gain. Pushed out of bounds by the rookie, Drew Phillips. 14:49 to go here in the first. Okay, game time. What's going on, man? Wilson will have to get rid of it fast. And I think that's got to be the game plan anytime you play the Giants. If there's one good thing about this team, it's certainly their front 4. Giants crowd the line. Wilson under center from the 42 after a gain of 12. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give Najee Harris up the middle, the former first-round running back. He'll pick up 4. Brian Burns Spider in on the tackle to bring up a 2nd and 6 at the 46 as we're 40 seconds into the first quarter. Actually, give him 5. It'll be 2nd and 5. So a good play there by the Steelers to start the drive. 14:10 to go here in the first. Wilson out of the gun. He's got Harris to his right from the 47. 4 wide. Wilson takes the snap, looks right, throws right. That's caught. It'll be short of the sticks. Good open field tackle there by McLeod. It'll bring up 3rd and 1. We'll see if the Giants could get off the field. Probably, it could potentially be 4-down territory in today's NFL. You're at midfield. You're playing the Giants. You have faith in your defense. Wouldn't be surprised if the Giants hold him here if the Steelers go for it. Wilson out of the gun. Harris to his left. 4 wide, 3 to the left. He's going to give to Harris. Harris has a hole. Harris still running. Stiff arm down to the 39 of the Giants. They needed 1. They got 10. 13:27 to go here in the first as the Steelers playing bully ball to start this game. Let's see. Yeah, Bando's calling the Yankees game, guys. From the 39, Wilson under center. He's got Harris in the backfield. 3 wide, 2 to the left. Giants crowd the line. Wilson takes the snap. He's going to turn and give to Harris. Huge hole off the left side. Spins out of a tackle. Still on his feet to the 30, up to the 29, and a first down for Pittsburgh. Another 10 yards. So Harris is averaging about 10 yards a carry to start the game. So good to see that the Giants' run defense came to play. My God, man. Not the start you were hoping for if you're a Giants fan. If Pittsburgh's going to be able to run like this, I think it's going to be a long night. So here's Wilson out of the gun from the 29. Drops back, looks right, throws. Looks like there was a timeout called. There's a stoppage in play. 12:34 to go here in the first. And what's going on? Dexter Lawrence. Well, that's good. Dexter Lawrence coming. Oh, it looks like he's got something wrong with his cleat, maybe. Dexter Lawrence can't get his cleat on. He had to come off because he can't get his cleat on. So he's having one of the equipment managers help him out. So he's going to have to sit out a play. 12:39 to go here in the first. Double knot it, Dex. So from the 29, Wilson out of the gun. Man in motion. Giants show blitz. They'll come with 5. Wilson's going to turn. He's going to give up the middle. Warren, huge hole up to the 12 as they pick up another 17 yards on the ground. Oh, this is ugly. This is an ugly start. 12:26 to go here in the first as they are just jamming it down the Giants defense's throat. Well, we'll see if the Giants can hold strong inside the 20. Wilson under center. They're going to come out in an I formation. I'd go right back to the run if I'm Pittsburgh, the way that they're running the ball. And that's exactly what they'll do. They give to Warren. Giants actually hold strong there. They only get a yard up to the 11. It'll be 2nd and 9 there. Can I turn the mic up? I'll try. Testing 1, 2. I'll try to play with the mic next commercial break. Play action. Wilson rolling out to the right, looking towards the end zone. Wide open, and a touchdown for George Pickens. He's on Chris's fantasy team, so I got some points there. 6-0 Pittsburgh leads. Extra point pending. 11:35 to go here in the first. There is a flag on the play. There's a face mask on Pittsburgh. So I don't get the fantasy points, but that's better because I'm a Giants fan. So that'll bring up 2nd down, a 15-yard penalty on the Steelers as they hit one of the offensive linemen, Jones, with a face mask penalty. So that wipes 6 points off the board. 11:35 to go. So the Giants get a little bit of a break there. We'll see if they can make it hold. Yeah, good call. Good call, LT. Good call. So 2nd and 24. I mean, if I'm the Steelers, I'm averaging 17 yards a carry. I just run it twice from the 26 and I get in. Here's Wilson out of the gun. Warren to his left. 4 wide. 4 in the play clock. Wilson will take the snap and they call a draw. Warren up the middle, and the Giants actually hold tough there. He only gets 4 up to the 22 on the draw play. It'll bring up 3rd and a mile for the Steelers. So a crucial penalty there. If this game is close, remember that penalty at the end of the game. 3rd and 20 for Pittsburgh, 11:18 to go. Cost them more than likely at least 4 points. Steelers will break the huddle. From the 22, Wilson out of the gun, 3 wide. Giants drop back in a zone coverage. Wilson drops back, scanning, planning, looking. He'll check it down. They'll get some extra yards for the field goal kicker. Warren cuts it back up the middle. He's spun down and tackled at the 13. So it'll be a chip shot, 30-yard field goal attempt coming up for the Steelers as they look to take a 3-0 lead. 10:50 to go here in the first. Let's see. F. Tommy DeVito. Now we have to deal with JD5. Yeah, I'm not going to blame Tommy DeVito for that, though. The Giants, Tommy DeVito is not the reason we won those games. The defense is. What did we create? Like 13 turnovers in those 3 games or whatever it was? Steelers set the kick. 31-yard attempt from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick is good. 3-0 Steelers lead. 10:19 to go here in the first. Watch Dan McFadden crashing line out his gap. I'll have to look at that on the next drive, JC. I'll have to look at that on the next drive. And Allison, hi, Chris. Damn, we suck. Do you think our defense would be better with Leo Williams? We need a better O-line, but can't we? Yeah, I do. I mean, I obviously haven't gotten a chance to watch Leo Williams much this year outside of when we played Seattle. But, yeah, I think people have asked me, Allison, what I think the Giants' biggest offseason needs are next year. And obviously quarterbacks among, the biggest needs. But in addition to that, I think interior defensive line is a big need. As good as Dexter Lawrence is, I do think they could use another guy up at the point of attack to really solidify that front four for the New York Giants. So, yes, I do think they need somebody to fill that void that Leonard Williams left. In addition to that, I also think obviously we need some help in the secondary, as well as the secondary's played in recent weeks. I still think we need a little bit more help there. So I think those are our biggest needs going into the offseason on the defensive side. Interior defensive linemen and maybe another corner. Some help in that secondary. That's what I'm looking at going into the offseason with, of course, quarterback, maybe another wide receiver. I think we could certainly use a wide receiver too. Obviously, at this point, I think it's fair to say, and it's still early in his career. Maybe he blossoms and grows, but obviously the Giants at this point don't have a whole lot of faith in Jalen Hyatt year 2. It's kind of hard for me to believe that he's going to mold into be that wide receiver 2 that we were hoping he was going to be. Could change. Maybe he grows throughout the course of the year and we feel differently by year's end. But I feel like we could probably use another wide receiver as well going into the offseason. But thank you, Allison. Appreciate it. We certainly need a kicker, yes. As much as I like Graham Gano, the guy's missed now 2 years in a row. We need a kicker. Let's change the scoreboard real quick as the Steelers lead 3-0. And he scored I don't even know. Did the Yankees game start? I'm just curious. We'll flip there real quick as we got a commercial break. Yankees already losing. Oh my God, man. The Dodgers are insane. I mean, I know as a Mets fan firsthand, this lineup is insane. So is the Yankees lineup, but 2-0 Dodgers to start. And how the Knicks doing? Let's swing it around to the Knicks real quick before we get back to the football action. Knicks were losing early. They were down by like a point or two before the game started, but that's our commercial. So we'll get back to the Giants game. As the Giants set to start their first drive, 10-19 to go here in the first. So far, I forgot who asked it pregame who's going to score more points, the Giants or the Yankees. So far, they're tied. We got to push thus far. No points scored for either team. 10-19 to go here in the first. Maybe I should have a scoreboard, Yankees and Giants. Who scores more points tonight? That'd be fun to track. 10-19 to go here in the first. Steelers set to kick it away. And the Giants will let this, actually, they will field it. A yard deep, they're going to take it out to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, and gets back to about the 30, which is where it would have been had we taken a touchback. And the Giants will set up shop as Daniel Jones coming out in the white uniform against the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. He's got a 2-5 record, 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's had 21 sacks, which is the second most in the NFL during week 8. So much of the same. Obviously, a lot of that having to do with Andrew Thomas missing time last week. But yeah, not great. Let's see. Lord Commander says we need a punt. We do. We need a lot, man. But yes, we could certainly use improved special teams. Daniel Jones out of the gun from the 30. He's going to take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give to the starter, Tracy, as Tracy's going to barrel forward for about 4.5. So a good start to this drive here for the Giants. And they ran the ball. Wow, Dable. We're 33% of the way there for last week's first half carries for running back. 2nd and 5 as the Giants run on the first play. How about we do something out of the box and we run the ball again? That'd be nice. Run the ball again. Daniel Jones out of the gun from the 35. He's got Tracy to his right. He'll take the snap and they run it again. Here's Tracy. And he got about 3, maybe 3.5. It's going to be about 1.5 yards short. It looked like there was a hole to the left side. Maybe the Steelers did a good job sealing it up. It was hard to tell from the camera angle, but it looked like if Tracy popped that to the left, he might have been able to get an extra 3 or 4 yards. But instead, it'll be 3rd and 1, 9:15 to go here in the first. And we certainly need a punt return, that's for sure. And Alice, are going to get you in a second. 3rd and 1 from the 39. Jones under center. Takes the snap. They're going to do a little tush push as they copy the Philadelphia Eagles, and it works. Giants pick up 2 yards up to the 41. 8:54 to go here in the first. So the Giants have run 3 plays, and they've run the ball 3 times, twice with the running back. 8:45 to go. Run it again. Run it again. I don't trust Josh Azudo. I don't trust this offensive line. Run it again. Giants will break the huddle. 8:35 to go. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Motor to his left. Neighbors in motion. Steelers show blitz. Giants fake the run. Jones drops back. Blindside pressure. Gets it off. He's got a man. Slayton up to the 15. A nice throw there by Daniel Jones to his buddy Darius Slayton. 8:12 to go here in the first. A rocket there by Daniel Jones as he hits on a deep ball. 8 minutes to go here in the first. Jones got lit up too. He got lit up on the blind side, but he stood in the pocket and he actually delivered a really nice ball to Darius Slayton as he splits the defenders. Beautiful pass. Giants have it at the 15. Giants will break the huddle. See if the Giants can put up 7 on the first drive. Jones under center. He's going to motion both tight ends to the right. 2 wide. Tracy in the backfield. Jones takes the snap, fakes the handoff. My God, is our left tackle awful. But Jones able to get it off on a screen pass, and they pick up 3, maybe 4, as he hits Tracy. It'll bring up 2nd and 6. Jones has already gotten obliterated twice on his only 2 dropbacks off the blind side. They are awful on the left side. Giants have it here from the 12. As Alice says, do you think we have bigger issues than DJ at quarterback? I mean, we have several issues. He's one of them, but we have several issues. And I think a lot of what I said, Allison, but I'll get to the rest of that in a minute. Man in motion is neighbors. Giants yet to target him. Jones under center from the 11. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Tracy. Tracy gets killed. He gets devoured in the backfield. Loss of 2, maybe 3. It'll bring up 3rd and 7. 6:55 to go as the yellow towels are out at Heinz Field. It'll be 3rd and 7 for the Giants. It'll be interesting to see if they get 4 or 5 if they think about going for it. Another complete whiff on the block, by the way. $6:34 to go. The yellow towels are out here at Pittsburgh. Jones out of the gun. He'll change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got motor to his right. Takes the snap, drops back, and we got a stoppage in play. I don't know if it's a delay of game or the Giants may have called a timeout. Nope, it's a delay of game. What a horrible penalty, man. You're in the red zone. That can't happen there. I understand you're on the road. The crowd is loud. It can't happen there, man. 3rd and 7, you cannot get a 5-yard penalty there. So now it's going to make it a more challenging field goal. Of course, now probably not going to score a touchdown. Hopefully I'm wrong, but that is a crucial penalty there. 6:14 to go. Giants will have it at the 18. It'll be a 35-yard field goal attempt from there. We'll see if they can pick more yards up. Hopefully score a touchdown. Jones out of the gun. Man in motion is Wan'Dale right to left. Jones takes the snap, drops back. He's going to throw to Wan'Dale. Wan'Dale's got a couple of blockers, and he'll spin down and get tackled at the 10. So it'll bring up 4th and 4, and you got to figure the Giants will have to settle for 3 here, especially against a good Pittsburgh defense. You got to take some points when you can get it. 5:45 to go as the Giants will line up for what will be a 27-yard attempt. And Allison says, do you think we have bigger issues than DJ at quarterback? I still think we need a good, yes, 100% need a good wide receiver too. As I said, better cornerback. Kicker, absolutely more. I mean, everything you said. In addition to that, like I said earlier, the interior defensive line, I think, needs improvements as well. There's a lot that needs to be improved on this team. Snap, hold, kick is good. 3 apiece. 5:19 to go here in the first. We're all tied up. Good throw by Daniel, but not a good penalty. Bad delay of game penalty there. 3 apiece. Dave Guy, come on, Chris. I don't think so, Dave. I mean, I understand fans that want them to go for it, but if it was 4th and 1 or 2, I agree with you. It was 4th and 5. I disagree. I think you have to take the points there. If you get stopped there, chances are you would. 4th and 5 against a really good defense. How deflating would that be? You come away with no points after you hit on a big deep ball. I think you have to take the 3 there. So I actually agree with Dave on that one. If it was 4th and 2, I would have went for it, but not 4th and 5. Let's see. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Kevy, but let's see. One of the better deep passes this year leads to 3. We can't get in the damn end zone. Yeah. I would take the points there. It does no good to complete a pass on 3rd if it doesn't get you the 1st. Well, yeah, I think obviously the goal there, Gio, is had they been able to get it closer, and they would have went for it. That was probably the plan with that play. Let's set up a safe play here. Let's hope he could get to within a yard or 2 or get the 1st down. But being 5 yards out, I don't think you could go for that. Adventure says, okay, that wasn't a bad drive. Wasn't a bad drive. Would have liked 7. But, yeah, they were able to run the ball pretty effectively on the couple of times that they tried it to start the drive. And, of course, they hit on a nice deep ball. But the crippling penalty there, that was a big penalty there on the delay of game. But, yeah, good start offensively. Got some points against a good defense. Also does make the field goal easier, of course. We do not have a good kicker. That's putting it nicely. Let's see. You were so heartbroken after the Hail Mary yesterday. You talking about the Washington game? Yeah. I mean, if the Giants were more in the race, I probably would have been more heartbroken. I wasn't devastated because the Giants are 2-5. But yeah, obviously you don't like seeing your divisional rival win. Giants set to kick it away. We're tied at 3 apiece, 5:19 to go here in the first. Get these billionaires off the screen. Is Mary even a billionaire? Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, he's obviously very wealthy. He has more money than anybody in this chat probably combined, but I don't even know if Mary's I feel like he's just on the cusp of being a billionaire. 5:19 to go here in the first quarter. Steelers will start with it at their own 30 as they let the ball go out of the end zone. He probably is, Michael. I mean, if he's not, he's close enough. Well, what am I saying? The Giants alone are worth, I mean, he does own only half the team. Tish owns the other half. But the Giants alone have to be worth what? I don't even know. A lot. So, yeah, of course he has to be. What am I saying? Steelers have it here at their own 30. Wilson under center, I formation. Wilson will take the snap. He's going to turn and give to Harris. Harris with a cutback. One thing I'll say about Harris, man, dude runs hard. Every time I watch a Steeler game, the guy runs hard as he's able to truck forward for a pickup of 6. 2nd and 4 at the 36. And I formation here for the Steelers from their own 36. Wilson under center. He's going to fake it. Drops back, rolls out to the right, throws on the run. Man drops in coverage. And the Steelers still running down the sideline. I think he stepped out of bounds, but it's a huge gain as he hits Washington up to probably about the Giants' 30. So just like that, the Steelers gained 40 yards on 2 plays, 4:39 to go. They'll have it at the 34 of New York. So already in field goal range for Pittsburgh. Wilson under center, I formation from the 34. Giants crowd the line. Wilson will change the play. Man in motion. Wilson takes the snap. He's going to turn and give. Harris, huge hole off the left side to the 20, to the 15, to the 10, and he's tripped out of bounds there. The Giants' defense tonight has been awful. Awful. 4 minutes to go here in the first. I mean, my God, man, look at some of these holes. It's insane. Steelers have it at the 9. Shotgun for Russ. Harris to his left. He'll take the snap. He gives to Harris. Harris up the middle, pushes the pile for about 2.5. Gets it close to the 6. 3:34 to go here in the first, 2nd to goal. So at about the 6.5, Wilson out of the gun. Harris to his left, takes the snap, looks right, throws towards the end zone, incomplete. So to bring up 3rd and goal. Giants defense was able to hold them to 3 last time, albeit with some help by a face mask by the Steelers offensive line, but looked like a little bit of miscommunication there. I think Wilson thought that, I think it's Jefferson, if I'm not I didn't see the name of the receiver, but he thought that he was going to sit down in the zone and he kept running the route. 3:16 to go. Wilson takes the snap, drops back. Giants send 3, but they get pressure. Wilson able to break out of it. Throws, it's batted. Incomplete. Good play there by the Giants as they hold them again to 3. 3:08 to go here in the first. So the Giants defense holds strong there. They hold them to 3. There's been a lot more points scored than I thought there would be. It looks like there's going to be 9 points here, at least in the first quarter. And that was Isaiah Simmons with a crucial batted ball there. Could have been 6, as the Steelers will have to settle for a field goal attempt. Boswell hit his first one from 31. This one will be even closer from 25. Snap, hold, kick is good. Pittsburgh leads 6-3 as they double up the Giants. Could be worse. I mean, the defense looks really bad thus far, but luckily the Giants have only given up 6 points. Let's see. I don't understand either, Anthony. We haven't been able to stop them. Giants onside kick coming. Well, you can't even do surprise onside kicks anymore in today's NFL with the new kickoff rule because you got to line up at the opposition's 30-yard line, whatever it is, the 40-yard line. Let's see. Doesn't matter if you hold them to field goals, just like the game against the John. Hopefully we do. Hopefully we keep holding the field goals. If we keep holding the field goals, we'll have a chance to win. We have no corner. Let's see. So far, we're beating the Yankees in points. Yeah, that's a plus. Let's take a look at the Yankee score real quick. As the Yankees and Dodgers, game 3 of the series, Yankees still scoreless. 2-0 Dodgers early, top of the second. Knicks. Every time I go to the Knicks, it's a commercial break. But hopefully they're winning. I understand why Mets fans hate. Oh, dude, he was insane. Freddie Freeman, he killed the Mets as an Atlanta Brave. Probably in my lifetime, in terms of my most hated, it's hard to say I hated Chipper Jones because he seems like such a good guy, even though he did drive the knife in with Mets fans. But he was a guy that I couldn't stand whenever he'd come to the plate. So he's definitely my most feared Atlanta Brave. But after him in my lifetime, I think it is Freddie Freeman. He would kill the Mets. Great hitter. Let's see. And thank you very much, Storman. I appreciate it, man. Get the likes up. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you haven't done so, hit the like, subscribe, ring the bell. Appreciate all you guys for being here. Allison says, do you think DJ plays better in white uniforms? I think DJ just plays better away from home, and they just happen to play wear white uniforms on the road. It's a pattern at this point. I think it's pretty obvious. Daniel plays better on the road. He just does. Some of that may have to do with the fact that he can't stand the pressure playing at home with the fans, how they boo him as soon as he takes the field. But yeah, you look at the splits, he's much better on the road. Pittsburgh set to kick it away. 3:05 to go here in the first. Kicks away. Giants are going to field this from the 10. They'll take it there to the 20. They should get this past the 30, and they do. They'll get it up to about the 33, and the Giants will set up shop there. 2:59 to go here in the first. Christopher says, I bet the under on Najee Harris is rushing. Chris, remind me never to take betting advice from you. Because whatever the under was, he's going over it. He might be over it already. Adventure Hobbit says, this is Bowen's defense, loose between the 20s. That's a fact. That's at least what the reputation is, that he's supposed to be good inside the 20-yard line and give up a lot of yards 20 to 20. So Giants will take over here at their own 33, 1st and 10, 2:59 to go here in the first. Malik Neighbors yet to catch a pass. We'll see if the Giants can get him involved in this drive. I'd like to start off with a run, though. Jones out of the gun, and they will. Give him a hand. Give Brian Dable a round of applause. The Giants ran the ball again with a running back, but there's a flag on the play. So the Giants pick up about 15 yards to start the drive with a carry, but there's a flag. It is in the secondary, so it may be on Pittsburgh. We'll see. Nope, it's a hold on the Giants. So 2:51 to go here in the first. That'll negate the big run on first down, and it's on John Runyon Jr. So now the drive off schedule after one play. 2:51 to go. I don't know. Was that what does the chat think? I don't know, man. That's a questionable hold, in my opinion. 1st and 16, 2:45 to go as the hold appeared, 4 yards up the field. So it'll be 1st and 16 as they lose 10 from the spot. Jones out of the gun. He's going to throw to Wandell in the slot. Wandell has a seam. He goes up to the 35. He gets 7. It'll bring up 2nd and 9. I don't know about that call. 2nd and 8. 2:22 to go here in the first. Giants will break the huddle. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Tracy to his left. From the 36, Slayton in motion. 3 wide to the left. Takes the snap. He's going to hand. Tracy's got a hole. Look at the size of that hole as he goes all the way up to the 46. A gaping hole for Tracy as he picks up 10. And the Giants starting to get the running game going. I like it. Wow. First and 10, minute 28 to go here in the first. Jones under center, man in motion. He's got motor in the backfield. Play action. Jones, they're going to set up the tight end screen to Theo Johnson. Theo Johnson able to juke his way, still on his feet. Oh, my God. What a play by Theo, but there's a flag. It's probably going to get negated. It looked like he was going to be tackled for no gain. He was able to fake out the defender and pick up an extra 9 yards. And, yep, ineligible man downfield. So, because that play took a little longer to develop, they pick up Hubbard, who's playing left tackle tonight, for a penalty, and the Giants will be backed up 5 yards rather than picking up 9 on first down. First and 15. Man in motion is Theo Johnson. Trips to the left. Jones out of the gun from the 41. He'll take the snap, drops back, pressure, another screen pass. This time it's going to work. Kicks it to the outside. There's another flag. Up to the 48 as he hits Singletary for a gain of about 10, but we'll see what the flag is. More than likely a hold. Hopefully it's a roughing the passer, but probably not. It is. Wow. Daniel Jones gets the benefit of a roughing the passer call. Take a picture as Alex Highsmith gets hit with a 15-yard penalty. So tack on an extra 15 after the 8 or 9 yard gain. My God, Hubbard is awful on the left side. Awful. So now the Giants are already near field goal range as we tick down towards the end of the first quarter. From the 36, man in motion's Wandell. Jones out of the gun. He'll take the snap, drops back. Pittsburgh sends a blitz. Jones throws it towards the left side. Neighbors' outstretched arm was looking for a flag. He didn't get it. I'd like to see a replay because it did look like the Pittsburgh defender was all over him. Dable's asking for a flag too. Dable's flipping out on the sideline. 13 seconds to go here in the first. Oh, Neighbors had him. Yeah, that should have been a PI. Yeah, he's holding his hand. Literally held his hand. Defender can't hold a receiver's hand. Literally held his freaking hand, man. So 2nd and 10 from the 36. Jones out of the gun. Pittsburgh again sends the blitz. The Giants actually do a good job picking it up as they run off the left side. Tracy will pick up 3. From there, it'd be about a 50-yard field goal. Obviously, you don't feel confident with Joseph as the kicker. That'll take us to the end of the first quarter. It'll be a 3rd and 7 when we start the second. And Retro, thank you very, very much, man. Cowboys fan pulling for you guys. I know you all are going through just like us. Big fan of the 86 Giants, a big fan of Big Tuna. Let's go, G-Man. Hey, appreciate that, man. Thank you for being here. You guys are going through a tough time right now, too. I mean, not on the level of the New York Giants, but what are the Cowboys, 3-4? So they're off to a little bit of a sluggish start. I'm very interested to see I don't even know. No, they extended Dak before the year started. So, I'm interested to see what Dallas does next year if this continues. Right now, obviously, Washington's starting to run away, but a long way to go. You still got 10 games, so things could change. But right now, Washington with a commanding lead. tough loss this week for Dallas against the 49ers. And you had to figure the 49ers were going to give a good effort in that game because they needed that game just as much. They were, I think, 3-4 going into it. Let's see. But appreciate that, man. Chris, I think that MetLife Stadium is cursed. Jones has to keep throwing it deep. Yeah, he does. But all in all, not a bad quarter offensively for the Giants. They actually moved the ball well. It's their second drive. They're already deep in enemy territory again. Easily could have had a touchdown the first drive had it not been for the delay of game penalty. So I'll give Dable credit. Good game plan to start the game. They've been able to run the ball effectively. They hit on a deep pass. Defenses look really bad, but they've been able to hang tough inside the 20. They've been gashing us on the ground thus far. Sling that rock all over the field, Anthony says. Let's take a quick look at the Knicks score. Hopefully they get off to a 2-1. They got Cleveland tonight. Oh, Knicks got a 7-point lead. Of course they do. Knicks are going to win 60 games this year. Let's take a look at the Yankees. Yankees still struggling. 2-0 bottom of the second. And there's Dave's talking to Lisa Salters on the sideline. And we'll see what the Giants cook up here on the 3rd and 7. They haven't used Jones's legs yet tonight. Wouldn't be shocked here if you call for like an RPO with the option for Jones to try to use the legs. Wouldn't hate that call here. 3rd and 7 from the 33. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Slayton out wide left. That's a false start. The entire right side of the line moved. That's not good. So that takes away the thought of using Jones's legs now at 3rd and 12. You're probably not going to do that. So they hit Van Rotten along with Illumino. I think both of them moved on that play. So 3rd and 12. So now you're just hoping to get back into field goal range. As they have it from the 37, it'd be a 38 rather. It'd be a 55-yarder from there. So Jones out of the gun. They're stacked to the right, 3 wide. Takes the snap, drops back, looks left, throws left, caught by Neighbors. Neighbors, this is interesting now. You're about 2.5 yards short as he's tackled down at about the 28-29. You have a questionable field goal kicker. It'd be a 46-yard attempt there. This is a spot where I think I go for it if I'm Dable, and it looks like he's going to. He's going to leave the offense on the field, 4th and 2. I like this decision by Dable, whether they get it or whether they don't. I think it's the right call. 14:33 to go. It'll be 4th and 2 for the Giants. Big play coming up here for the G-Men. Jones out of the gun. Man in motion is Neighbors. From the 28, Jones takes the snap, rolls out to the right, throws a run, caught by Neighbors. Neighbors with a stiff arm, and he's tackled out of bounds at the 23. Giants needed 2. Neighbors gets him 5. First down for the Giants. 14:13 to go here in the second. Good play call there. You roll Jones out away from the pressure. He's able to buy some time with the legs, and Neighbors does the rest. Let's go, baby. 13:55 to go here in the second. Giants will break the huddle 1st and 10. Big conversion there for the Giants. Jones out of the gun, Slayton in motion. From the 23, Jones will take the snap. They're going to try a run. A big hole off the right side. Stiff arm pushed out of bounds at the 16. It'll bring up 2nd and 3 as Singletary's popped out of bounds. 13:36 to go. Giants need a touchdown on this drive. No ifs, ands, or buts. You cannot settle for 3 on this drive. They need a touchdown. 2nd and 2. Good start to the drive here for the Giants. 9 plays, 50 yards in 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Come on. Giants will break the huddle. They're going to line Jones up under center. 2nd and 2 from the 16. Neighbors in motion left to right. They'll take the snap. There's a flag. Bootleg rollout for Jones. He throws. He hits his man. I don't know if it's going to stand, but if it does, the Giants go in for 6. I don't know the flag, though. I think it's going to be on the Giants. That's why I won't get excited, and it is. An illegal shift penalty on the Giants. The Giants have been in the red zone twice so far in this game, and in both red zone appearances, they've been hit with crucial penalties. One was a delay of game. Another was an illegal shift. It can't happen. Those are killers. Killers. $12:55 to go. From the 21, Jones fakes the handoff, rolls out to the right, looking downfield, and I shouldn't say nearly picked off, but a batted ball. And we got another flag on the play. We'll see who it's on. I just want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat. I think there was one. I think Allison. I'm going to get that 1 second, Allison. I just want to see who the flag's on. Full start on the Giants, so another penalty. You're sitting second, and they decline it. That's interesting. Huh. I don't know if I would have declined that. What would you rather? I think you could have had. They really declined that? Oh, because now it's 3rd and 7 instead of 2nd and 12 or 3rd and 8. I think I'd rather 2nd and 13, especially kicking them further back out of field goal range. I think I would have taken that penalty if I was Tom. Let's see if the Giants can make him pay for it. Jones out of the gun, empty backfield, drops back, throws towards the left side. Neighbors, did he get both feet in? Oh, he's out of bounds. Let's see a replay. It was close. Jones gave him a chance. Put good air under it, but Neighbors unable to get both feet down. He only got the left one in. So the Giants are going to have to settle for 3. Allison, thank you very much. He says, best part of the drive, the clock ticks. A good point. Where Hyatt has not played at all. At all. I think you have converted me fully to be a Knicks, Mets, and Rangers fan. Well, I appreciate that, Allison. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a huge hockey guy. I kind of pull for – I know it's like sacrilegious if you're a big hockey fan. Snap, hold, kick is good. I kind of pull for both hockey teams when they're in the playoffs because I'm a loose hockey fan. But I do like playoff hockey. But, yeah, those are my teams. Diehard Knicks, Mets, and Giants fan. So good to see that you're aboard. Be prepared for a lot of misery when it comes to the Mets. But they gave us a really fun season this year. So, no, I don't. No, I'm not a big hockey guy. Neighbors, I mean, that's a tough play, man. Unknown Abe. That's a tough play. That's a tough play. Troy says that was not a penalty. The Giants got screwed, he says. Scott. Bad Dogs calling the Yankee game, Mr. Coliseum. What's up, Unknown Man? Thanks for popping in. Kudabag says, Dable is hot. How could you not love him? Let's see. What's up, Unlimited Lakeland Man? Thanks for popping in. The league is not out for the Giants. Stop using rigged. Who said that? And Rashford's Giants. These flags the Giants are getting is outrageous. This is complete bullshit. I'd have to go back and look at each one individually. I obviously don't have an opportunity to hear what they're saying on the pre-snap penalty. The first drive, I thought it was, obviously it was a legitimate penalty. It was a delay of game penalty that cost us that first drive. That one, apparently, people were saying that the commentators were saying that it was egregious. Sucks. Ronald says that was not an illegal shift. The wide receiver has has set if another player is simultaneously moving. Well, what else is new? Bad officiating in the NFL. What else is new? I was watching a college football game yesterday. I forgot what game it was. Maybe one of you guys were watching it. I can't even remember who was playing. It was 2 days ago, rather, on Saturday. The guy got a first down by like a yard and a half, and it was like a crucial first down. I can't remember what game it was, but it was a ranked opponent, a ranked team. It got a first down by literally like 2 yards. Like, we're talking like 6 feet. And they marked the ball 2 yards back from where they should have. That was one of the worst calls I've ever seen. But the officiating in general in football is awful. Awful. Not just for the Giants, just in general. So 6 apiece. No, I don't think it was the Notre Dame game. I'm going to change the scoreboard right now. And I got to change the quarter, too. 6 apiece. I wish I could remember what game it was. Because you flip on Saturday. Because I don't have a real team. But I remember seeing the calls like, oh, my God, that's one of the worst calls I've ever seen. I'm sure it was talked about on Twitter. Like, it was that bad. Kicks away. That's going to go 10 yards deep. And the Steelers will take a knee. They'll start with it at the 30. 12:39 to go here in the second. 6-all. Yeah, Nick's up 10. Good to see, man. Offense giving the defense a reason to hustle. Yeah. I don't understand why with all the tech we aren't using it to get close. Chris, that's a great point. Chris, I watch a lot of tennis actually because it's on late at night. And when I'm on the treadmill, I actually go a lot of times late at night. And they have like this technology that could show you where the ball lands after a serve. Like, why don't we have that in the NFL? 12:39 to go here in the second. Steelers have it at their own 30. I formation. Stacks to the right. Wilson takes the snap, play action, drops back, 4-man rush. He dropped the ball out in the flat. There was a lot of room to run there. Giants get fortunate. 12:35 to go. It'll be 2nd and 10 at the 30. Could have been at least 10 yards. Come on. Can we get some pressure on the quarterback? $12:35 to go, 2nd and 10. Shotgun for Wilson. 3 wide. He's going to turn. He's going to pitch. Harris with a huge hole off the right side. Oh, my God. What a play that was. Najee Harris, it looks like he's trying out for the Summer Olympics as he jumps over Deonte Banks like he's a hurdle. He got an extra, 7 yards out of that as he's pushed out of bounds at the 42. 1st and 10 for the Steelers, actually up to the 43 after the run. Wilson under center, man in motion, left to right. He's got Harris in the backfield. Wilson will change the play at the line. Giants with a 4-man front, play action, bootleg. Wilson looking downfield, throws, and it's short. So a bad throw there by Wilson. There was a little bit of pressure, but left it way short. 2nd and 10, incomplete. And Kenneth says we needed to use the right ends more. Yeah. We need to get some pressure on the quarterback is what we need to do because we have not been able to do that thus far. We'll see if the Giants could get a sack. But like, I think it was, I forgot who said it early in the chat. He said that Russ is going to get the ball out quick. That's exactly what the Steelers are doing. And a quick slant there up to the 43, about a 13-yard gain to Jefferson. So 1st and 10 as Wilson's able to hit him on a quick slant. 11:42 to go here in the second. The Giants have had no answer for the Steelers offense until it gets to the 20. Then they got the face mask penalty held them out the first time, and they were able to hold them last time. Wilson under center from the Giants 44. Harris in the backfield. Giants with a 4-man front. Wilson takes the snap. Play action. He's looking downfield. He'll check it down to Harris. Harris able to break a tackle and push it forward to the 30 as Okereke was not able to bring him down initially as they get an extra 4 yards out of it. Just like that, they're at the Giants 30. It's been way too easy to go side to side on this field. And once again, very little pressure by the Giants front four. So from the 31, Wilson under center. 10:43 to go. Man in motion left to right. Wilson takes the snap. He's going to turn and give to Harris. Harris pops it to the right side. He carries Drew Phillips for about an extra 5 yards as he gets up to the 25. 10:30 to go here in the second. So 2nd and 4. Giants defense needs to hold strong again. Wilson under center. He's going to give to Harris. This time the Giants get penetration. Nowhere to go. Might have lost a yard. DJ Davidson cleans it up. 3rd and 4. Good job there by the Giants defensive line. 10 minutes to go here in the second. Giants trying to hold strong here once again near the red zone. 9:55 to go. Wouldn't be stunned if the Steelers run here knowing that they could go for it on 4th down, especially with the way they've been able to run the football. 9:45 to go. They'll break the huddle. TJ Warren will line up to Wilson's right. From the 25. Wilson out of the gun. He'll take the snap. He's going to look to throw. Looks left, throws left. He's got a man open, breaks a tackle. Still on his feet, it's Pickens to the 15. Spins out of bounds to the 11. So once again, Pittsburgh enters the red zone. 9:21 to go. Once again, the Giants have to keep him out. That's Pickett's first catch of the game. Wilson out of the gun from the 11. He's got Warren to his left, 3 to the right. Takes the snap, gives to Warren out of the gun. He'll get 2. It'll bring up 2nd and 8 at the 9-yard line. Dexter Lawrence first in on the tackle. 8:52 to go here in the second quarter. Tie game, 6 apiece. Steelers already have 196 yards, but only 6 points thus far to show for it. Steelers will break the huddle. 8:36 to go. Clock still ticking. Man in motion, Freiermuth. He's got Pickens out wide, right. Wilson takes the snap. He's looking towards Pickens. Now he comes back left. Giants trying to create pressure. Wilson rolling out to the right to try to buy time. Throws towards the corner. Incomplete. Good coverage by the Giants. No one open. 3rd and 8. The Giants trying to go 3 for 3 inside the 20-yard line on defense. We'll see if they can do it one more play. So it'll be 3rd and 8 from the 9. So they could get a first down if they get to the 1. But basically a 3rd and goal from the 9. Russ out of the gun. 4 wide, 3 to the right, and we're going to have a timeout as the clock was ticking down. So rather than take the 5-yard penalty, Tomlin will use his first timeout. So both teams now with 2 timeouts remaining, 8:20 to go here in the second quarter. Yes, Flott's hurt. He's not playing today. Thomas says these past few weeks have showed the impact Tibbs has on the D-line. He wouldn't get home, but he was getting consistent pressure. The line is missing it. For sure, Tibbs was actually playing really well the last 2 or 3 games before he got hurt. He was actually playing really well. For sure, him being out impacts the defensive line. There's no doubt about it. I also think the Steelers are doing a good job of getting the ball out quick, knowing that the Giants have a good pass rush. But yes, Tibbs not being there certainly has an impact. And Pro Gamer, going to get to that in 1 second. 3rd and 8 for the Steelers, 8:20 to go here in the second. See if the Giants can get another stop. Come on, D. Come on, D. Wilson out of the gun. 3 wide, 2 to the right. Warren in the game to the left. Wilson takes the snap. Giants come with 4. Good pressure. Wilson throws. He's got him. And I think he's in. Yep. Pickens in for 6. Extra point pending. The Steelers go up 12-6. 8:15 to go here in the second. Oh, man. I was hoping they pushed him out, but no. Ooh. I think he's out, guys. I got to see another. I don't think he got the second foot down. Let me see another angle. Hold on. That foot never touched down. He's out of bounds. That's not a touch. Hold on. But, oh, wait a second. Now, I don't know this. The right foot touched down twice. Like, the right foot comes down, the left foot does not. And then the right foot comes down a second time. But I don't think that counts. That is incomplete, right, guys? I'm pretty sure. He's got to get 2 feet. And the butt touches down out of bounds. I don't think that's going to hold. That's no touchdown. So a good play. I was so caught up on looking at his feet. I didn't see who pushed him out. Deonte Banks was the guy who pushed him out. A really good play by Deonte Banks. I think they're going to overturn this one. Yep. So the Giants do hold strong, and they go 3 for 3 inside the red zone. 8:15 to go here in the second. Wow. Good play by Banks. Let's get to the chat. ProGamer says, thanks for doing a great broadcast without Bad Dog. You and Bad Dog were great together, but this isn't diminished without him. Thanks for broadcast. I appreciate it, man. Listen, I was actually looking forward to doing this today. Obviously, I love doing the games with Bad Dog, but I have a lot of fun, man. I haven't gotten to do a Giant solo stream in a long time. And when I do a solo stream, I actually get to converse with you guys. So I actually like doing the solo stream. So I was looking forward to doing this today. I know Bad Dog's obviously got the Yankees World Series. I get it. But yeah, I was excited to do this today with you guys. Let's see. No, it's an automatic review, Michael. It's an automatic review. When somebody scores a touchdown, there's no challenge. There's 2 automatic reviews in the NFL: when there's a turnover or when there's a touchdown. So it's an automatic review. You don't have to challenge. Yeah, I know. I'm happy as a Giants fan, but yes, Pickens and I got Wandell on my fantasy team tonight too. I got Pickens and Wandell, but yes, 2 of Pickens. If you're a fantasy owner of Pickens, both of his touchdowns have gotten overturned. Wait, they couldn't. I don't have the volume on, so wait a second. The Steelers challenged the review. How? What? They should lose a timeout for that. Didn't Joe Judge do something similar to this like 3 or 4 years ago? And he challenged, I forgot what it was. I think he made it. I think he threw the challenge flag within the last 2 minutes when you're not allowed to do it, and he lost the timeout. If it's an automatic review, he should lose a timeout for that. And Allison, thank you very much, man. Allison says, I think Bad Dog is bad luck. Giants aren't bad right now. I mean, how could you challenge? They already reviewed what you're going to challenge. So 4th and 8. Nevertheless, and I think the Steelers did lose a timeout, right? Because I think the Steelers had 2 timeouts. Now it's showing they only have 1. So maybe they did lose a timeout. But either way, Steelers are lining up for a field goal. Snap, hold, kick is good. 9-6. Steelers lead by 3. So they did lose a timeout. Good. Yeah, it's bullshit. You can't challenge that. So 9-6. Pickett should have 2 touchdowns, blowing my parlay. Sorry to hear that, Fly, but they also have 8 less points, which I care a lot more about. The score, if he would have caught both those touchdowns rather than 2 field goals, would be 2 touchdowns. So rather than 17-6, it's 9-6. Let's see. 8:12 to go here in the second. What do you think, guys? You think we're going to get 7 on this drive? At a bare minimum, Giants got to get 3. You got to continue to build some offensive momentum. I'll be fair. Last week, I was pretty critical of Dable's play calling. I actually think he's done a good job thus far with the play calling. And as bad as the defense has been for 20-20, once again, much like the Washington game, they've done a really good job inside the 20. Boswell set to kick it away. Giants trail by 3. And the kick's away. And the Giants will take a knee 5 yards deep in the end zone. 8:12 to go. Giants will start with it at the 30. Chris Hubbard. Not many highlights to show of Hubbard. My God, dude. He makes Azudu look good. He's been awful in this game. He's making Highsmith look like Lawrence Taylor on the left side. Daniels played good today. I mean, he's gotten ripped a couple of times because of this pass protection. He's been able to deliver some good balls under pressure. Hopefully, he can do the same on this drive. I'd like to start off running the football. We've had some success doing it. Keep doing it. 8:12 to go. Daniel under center. He's got Tracy in the backfield. Man in motion, his neighbors. As the Steelers crowd the line, Tracy will get a yard. So I do like, regardless, I like that they started with the run game. So 2nd and 9, 8 minutes to go here in the second. You don't want TJ Watt getting to get some extra shots at your quarterback. So if you could establish the ground game, that's good. 7:48 to go. Haven't really called Watt's name, so Luminor's been doing a pretty good job against him. Jones out of the gun, takes the snap. They're going to hand a draw play again to Tracy. It works. It'll bring up 3rd and manageable, 3rd and 4, and this suddenly becomes a huge play for the New York Giants offense. You don't want a 3 and out. You think about the last couple of drives for the Steelers. They've been on the field a long time. Those are like body blows when it comes to boxing. You can't have a 3 and out and give Pittsburgh the ball right back. Giants have to find a way to pick up this first down. 7:12 to go here in the second. Jones out of the gun. He's got Tracy to his right. Huge play in this football game from their own 37. Steelers with a 4-man front. 3 wide for the Giants. Tracy to the left of Jones. Jones will drop back. Looks left. Throws. Got a man. Caught. Oh, he dropped it. I mean, I shouldn't say dropped it because Slayton got rocked. The ball was jarred loose, if we're being honest. He got rocked in midair by Fitzpatrick. But incomplete. 4th and 3, the Giants are going to have to punt. I know Slayton's had his fair share of drops. I'm not going to consider that one of them. 6:53 to go. Still would have liked them to catch the football. Punts away. Steelers are going to call for the fair catch at the 18, and they'll set up shop there. 6:45 to go. And Ronald says Jones doesn't throw touchdowns after 3:59 p.m. Yeah. He doesn't. Oh. Chris, are you a fan of All American Burger? Are you talking about the burger spot on Long Island by where I grew up? Yeah, if that's what you're talking about. I love All American Burger. It's one of the best. It's one of the best burger places. I think it's kind of like fast food, but it's really good. If that's what you're asking about. Yeah, I love it, Chris. Love it. Matter of fact, some movie trivia for you. The movie, if you're a movie guy, the movie Born on 4th of July with Tom Cruise, a lot of it is filmed in Massapequa, and one of the scenes in the movie is at All American Burger. Little movie trivia for you. Let's see. Giants needed to score. Now it's not over yet, but wasn't good. Yeah, the throw was a little high. And Zach says terrible throw. Wasn't a good one. Wasn't a good one. Oh, you grew up in Stony Brook? Bader says, "How are you watching?" I'm watching on a television. WJ says he missed Slayton by a mile. Wasn't a good throw. Catchable ball, but I agree, it's got to be a better throw. If he puts it where it should be, he doesn't get lit up like that. Steelers have it at their own 18. Wilson under center. Giants trail by 3, 6:45 to go. Takes the snap. He's going to give it to Harris. Harris with a running head start. He'll pick up 2 to the 20. I'm not watching it on a website. I'm watching it on ESPN. Wilson drops back. The pass is pressure. Azeez Ojulari. I think that's his 4th or 5th sack of the year. So Azeez lights up Russell Wilson on the blind side. 6:06 to go, and we'll see if the Giants can get it off the field. They get a 3rd and long for the first time I feel in a while, at least on the Steelers side of the field, and the Giants have a chance to get their first 3 and out. So good job by Azeez Ojulari to work around 2 blockers. First, Najee, who chipped him. 3rd and 12. Can the Giants get off the field? Russ out of the gun. 5:43 to go. He's going to motion Warren out wide left. He's going to throw to Warren. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You knew it. You knew it as soon as he caught it that he was going to pick up the first down. They had 2 lead blockers, and the Steelers with a well-designed pass out in the flat, and they pick up like 18 yards on a check down pass. That's embarrassing, man. You got 3rd and 12, and they pick up like 20 yards on a check down. Wilson from the 33. 5:04 to go. Here's Wilson under center. He's going to turn. He's going to give. Nowhere to go there. Good pressure there by the Giants. Okereke first in on it. It'll be 2nd and 9, but the Giants have to do the job and get off the field. 4:50 to go. No instincts on that play by McLeod at all. More like a 2nd and 8 from the 35. I formation, Wilson under center, takes the snap, play action, another design screen, maybe a block in the back, no call. Pickens will pick up 10 up to the 45. 4:13 to go as the Steelers now driving and thriving after picking up a 2nd and long and a 3rd and long. And Ronald says Oljari doesn't win as much as Tibbs does and is worse at run D. But if he wins, he's fast. He's very bad at run D. That's one of his biggest weaknesses. He's not good at setting the edge. But yes, he's a very good pass rusher when he's on the field. I formation. Wilson fakes the screen out in the flat. Oh, what a play! What a play! There is some good penetration by the Giants' interior defensive line. I like to see that. So now it'll be 2nd and as Watts, the defensive tackle, just blew up the Steelers' offensive line. It'll be like 2nd and 13. Love that. Took him down with one arm. Wow, that was a good play. So 2nd and 13, big play there. Once again, the Giants defense gives themselves an opportunity, but can they cash in? 3 minutes to go here in the second. Wilson out of the gun. 3 wide, 2 to the left. Wilson takes the snap. Giants come with a blitz. Wilson under pressure, rolls out, buys time, checks it down, caught. They're going to be about 3 yards short. It'll be 3rd and 3 as they get about 10 yards. 2:48 to go. But thank you, Ronald. I appreciate it, man. Probably 4-down territory for the Steelers. We'll see if they try to run it here. Probably not, though. They haven't done it in the game on 3rd and 3s and 4s they've thrown, but wouldn't be surprised. Wilson out of the gun. He sees something in the defense. He'll change the play. Takes the snap, drops back. Good interior pressure by Dex. Dexter Lawrence grabs him. Burns brings him down. Oh, baby. Dexter Lawrence blew that play up, and Brian Burns cleans it up. 2 minutes to go here in the second. A huge sack there by the Giants as they will get off the field. Dexter Lawrence is insane. Brian Burns, of course, is going to get the sack on that play, but Dexter Lawrence just manhandled the entire state of Pennsylvania. He manhandled them. Insane. So we'll go to the 2-minute warning as the Steelers will have to punt. Thank goodness we're playing Russ instead of Fields. Oh, Fields would kill us with his legs for sure. Anthony says Dexter Lawrence is pure evil, and I love it. Dexter Lawrence is having one of those years, man. He's having one of those years, like big time. Like when you think of like great obviously I don't go back to LT. I started watching a little bit after LT. When you think about great individual defensive seasons from pass rushers from the Giants in your lifetime, obviously you start with Strahan, 22.5 sacks, breaks the single season sack record. Obviously assisted by Brett Favre in that last play, but we're not going to talk about that. You think about JPP, second year in the NFL. Our second Super Bowl with Eli. He had what like 16.5, 17, whatever he had. Monster year. This year's kind of in that category thus far. He's been incredible, Dexter Lawrence. Incredible. Ronald says, Tyrannosaurus sexual dexual. He's awesome. Because of the record, Dex will be overlooked. If I'm not mistaken, Bill, maybe I'm wrong on this. The year where Strahan broke the sack record, I don't think we had a very good record. I maybe I'm wrong. I don't think we did, though. I don't think we had a great year that year. Let's see. And Samuel says, you have really good play-by-play. Manhandled the state of Pennsylvania. Appreciate that, Samuel. 2001 mediocre. Yeah, they were kind of like middle of the pack that year, man. And the punt's away. Giants will call for the fair catch at the 17. They'll start there as they try to at least even up the score before halftime. Giants still have 2 timeouts, so plenty of time. 3-0 Dodgers. Ugh. So Jones, 7 of 11 for 86 yards today. Do I think I could beat Bad Dog in a fight? No. No, and I wouldn't even try. Have you seen that guy's muscles? No. 1st and 10 for the Giants at their own 17. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Tracy, and it's a design quarterback run. God, that did not work at all. Did not work at all. I get what Dable's trying to do there. You kind of want to kill a little bit of clock at the beginning with a run play because you don't want the Steelers to be able to get the ball back in case the drive stalls. So I agree with a run call there, maybe a draw play. So I kind of get the strategy there, but didn't work. Steelers eat it up. 2nd and 12, 1:25 to go. Jones out of the gun from the 15. 3 wide. Jones will take the snap, and they're going to call a draw again. And it feels like at this point the Giants are just okay with going to the half. And the Steelers are going to call a timeout. 1:16 to go, and there's some fighting on the field. If you're Dable here, you got 1:16. It's 3rd and 11 at your own 19-yard line. You could run an extra 40 seconds off the clock and only give the Steelers about 30 seconds with no timeouts to get in field goal range. You got to be smart here if you're Daniel Jones. Obviously, you try to pick up the first down because you want to get some points before the half. But if there's nothing there, if you're Jones, rather than throw the ball away, you take a sack. You fall down and because you ensure that 40 seconds goes off the clock here. You can't afford an incomplete pass here. 3rd and 8. Jones out of the gun from the 19. Jones will take the snap. The Steelers come with 4. Jones will throw. He's got a man. That's caught. Broken tackle by Slayton to the 50. Stiff arm to the 45. There you go. Jones with a nice throw under pressure as we're under a minute to go here in the first half. Giants are cooking. Daniel was not able to step into that throw. Throws off his back foot. Still put enough pepper on that to get it to Slayton. From the 45 of Pittsburgh, Jones drops back, looking, stepping up, throwing, caught out in the flat. Slayton again out of bounds will stop the clock. Giants now approaching field goal range up to the 35. Okay. First and 10. Giants with 2 timeouts, so they could still run the ball if they wanted to. They could call a draw. That's still in the playbook here. 40 seconds to go. Jones out of the gun from the 34. 4 wide. Dude, there is no way, as Wan'Dale Robinson picks up 4, there is no way, I have to see a replay of that. Either Watt got the greatest jump in the history, and I mean the history of the NFL, or he was offside. There is no way. I'd like to see a replay from the angle that... Am I wrong? You guys in the chat watching the game, it felt like Watt was offside watching it in real time. But either way, the Giants burned their second timeout, 2nd and 6. $35 seconds to go. Jones out of the gun. Empty backfield for Jones. Takes the snap, and all-out blitz for Pittsburgh. Jones throws off his back foot. Incomplete. Almost just had to get rid of that. So 3rd and 6. That'll stop the clock. You're not comfortable with our kicker from there. Obviously, you want a touchdown, but at a bare minimum, you want to get a couple more yards. Be a 47-yard kick from there. Third and 6. Jones takes the snap, drops back, throws out in the flat. It's caught. Tracy will be pushed out of bounds. They're going to be 2 yards short. And interesting decision here by Dick. I think you have to take the 3. I think you have to take the 3 here because you're still 26 yards away from the end zone. You only got 25 seconds left. You're risking not. I think you have to take the 3 here, guys. I want to be aggressive. And they will. They will take the 3. I think it's the right call. If there was 45, 50 seconds left, you could make an argument, but not with 25. I got a runny nose here. Joseph set to line it up here from the right hash. Snap, hold, kick is good. And 21 seconds to go here in the second. 9 apiece. Pittsburgh with no timeout, so you would think that we're going to go into halftime tied. And as a Giants fan, you got to be pretty happy with that. Pittsburgh started with the ball, didn't they? I think. So if they did, I mean, we got the ball coming out at half, tied at Pittsburgh. You guys think it was a first? I don't think it was. I mean, I have to go back and watch it. I don't think it was a first down, but at the end of halftime, I'll go back and look at that. Curtis Martin at the game. Former great New York Jet, New England Patriot. You want to talk about Mr. Consistency. Every year, you knew that dude was going to run for 1,400 yards. 1,300, 1,400 yards. Giants set to kick it away. And that ball will go about 3 yards deep into the end zone. Pittsburgh will take a knee, 21 seconds. And with no timeouts, I think Pittsburgh they'll probably run a draw, knowing the way they've been able to run the ball against the Giants. Maybe they pop one, but I don't think they're going to be throwing here. But maybe they will. Who knows? Maybe they try to throw one ball deep down the sideline and get out of bounds to get in field goal range. You do start at the 30. So, you only really need, 30 yards with today's kickers to attempt a field goal. So, they may be aggressive here. And it looks like they're going to be. Wilson out of the gun. 3 to the right. He's got Warren to his left. No timeouts for Pittsburgh. So, that challenge and there's a throw, a check down, and they'll be able to spike it. They're going to be able to get one more play off. They get it up to the 44 after a 14-yard pickup. 9, 8, 7, and they'll spike it. So, it gives Pittsburgh enough time if they could hit a 15 to 17-yarder on the sideline and get out of bounds within 6 seconds, which is doable, to get in field goal range. If I'm the Giants, I would have called a timeout there to set the defense. Wilson drops back. They'll check it down, and that'll do it. That'll take us to the half. So that challenge by Tomlin on the review play that cost Pittsburgh a timeout may have cost them a chance to get 3 points before the half. But nevertheless, it's 9 apiece, 9-9 as we go to the half. Giants and Steelers all tied up in a game of field goals. So it's been a pretty good game thus far for the Giants. If I would have told you you'd be tied and you're going to start with the ball in the second half in Pittsburgh before the game started, you'd probably sign up for that. Banks got benched. Really? Why? What's up, Randy P, man? Thanks for popping in. Lack of effort. Really? Wow. Well, we know that happened last week, right? Like, it was clearly evident there was a play. So, obviously, Dable making an example of Banks. Wow. Let's take a quick look at the Yankee game. Obviously, big World Series game. A lot of Giants fans are Yankees fans. I know that. And looks like the inning just ended. 3-0. So the Yankees still struggling. They only had 2 runs last game. It's 4th inning. They still haven't scored. Let's take a quick look at the Knicks, and then we'll talk to the chat. Knicks Cavs. Looks like the Cavs are going on a run. Oh, wow. The Knicks are down 4. I don't like that. 5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. I'll keep this on at halftime. The hurdle play got him sad. Was the hurdle play really a lack of effort? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like he was just trying to go low to make a tackle against a big running back, and he jumped over him. Would that really qualify as lack of effort? Let's see. Technique. Yeah. Let's see. Let's talk to the chat. Tyrone Tracy headed to the locker room just before the half, was having his neck, shoulder. That's not good. That's not good. Is Banks in the bus talk now? I don't think so. I mean, he's had his struggles at times this year, but I also think he's actually looked good at times this year. No, I don't think so. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know. I would not label him a bust yet. Brady says, I want us to win, but no one thought it would be 9-9. No, I didn't. I'm going to be honest, guys, Brady. And maybe I need to feel this way more often because I was not at all positive going into the Seahawks game. I mean, obviously, you always root for your team to win. I thought we were going to get slaughtered in that game. I had the same feeling tonight. I mean, this game's still far from over. The Giants could still rip our hearts out, but it's been a good effort thus far. You gotta be fair, man. They're in Pittsburgh. They're tied up, man. So do we have things we can complain about? Sure, the run defense has been awful. There's things about the offense that they've left some plays on the field, but overall, I think we've played pretty well. Bob says, Tana, someone in the chat said he hurt his hand. That to me sounds more plausible than lack of effort. If that's the play. I mean, I don't know if that's the play they're talking about. That to me, that wasn't lack of effort. It was just that he went low and Najee Harris jumped over him. Let's see. And Blitzfan says Giants always play better on the road when we're all down on them. Well, that's a fact. All reports saying he's benched and was on the sideline with the subs and not with the trainers. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's for something else. I doubt it was for that play. His effort stopped the pick and stuff. Yeah, good point, Kashif. Yeah, that was after the hurdle. So what are we talking about? He definitely didn't get benched for the hurdle. And yeah, absolutely, his effort did stop 6 points. He has been benched yet. I think people are just jumping on the kid because they're mad at the kid. He's fine. What's the Knicks score? B. Will, Knicks down 5. I'll do a little Knicks play-by-play at halftime. I haven't done one of these streams in a while. You get maybe I'll do some Knicks games this year in a little while. I love watching the Knicks games. I'll do a little Knicks play-by-play here at halftime for a couple of minutes. Knicks down 5, 4:04 to go here in the 4th. Brian says maybe the Giants can actually win a primetime game. It'd be nice. Haven't won one since 1743 as the Cavs bring the ball into the front court. Mobley with the ball. He's going to swing it to Garland. Knicks in the man-to-man. I don't know all the players on the team for Cleveland, but Garland just hits a bomb. Knicks now down by 8, 99-91. No bueno, guys. Brady says Slayton comes through. Next half needs to be leak. Slayton had a monster half. One missed opportunity, but it wasn't on him. That was not the best of throws by Daniel Jones, and he also got rocked on the back end. But, yeah, Slayton had a great first half. As Brunson gets the ball to roll in, Knicks down 6, 3:29 to go in the fourth. Let's see. Brunson got hurt. Brunson just scored a basket, so he can't be that hurt. Packers are no joke. We'll see how I do, man. Before the year started, I mean, I don't know if I said it on YouTube, but my preseason Super Bowl pick was Packers-Chiefs. It's looking pretty good. I mean, the NFC North is loaded. The Lions are great. The Bears are playing well. Vikings, of course. So every team in that division looks good. But I'm sticking with it. It was my preseason pick. The Packers are 6-2. Jordan Love got hurt again, though. He wasn't able to finish that game, so we'll see what happens. Let's see. Banks will push a shove, dive low, but rarely deliver a hit. Well, yeah. I don't know the specifics. I'm sure there was something that got him benched, but I don't know what specific play. It will be KC Detroit. I mean, D. Grant, if I'm being honest, even though I picked the Packers preseason, so I'm going to stick with my pick, Detroit's the best team in the NFC. They're definitely the best team in the NFC. They have so many ways they can beat you. They're so strong up at the point of attack on both sides of the ball. They're the best team in the NFC. Doesn't mean they'll win the NFC, but they're the best team in the NFC. Gavin says, New York sports getting me to drink on a Monday, and that's my only day off. Lions did lose Hutchinson. That was a big loss. Former Giant Dan Campbell. Yeah, he did a great job there. Knicks with the ball, 3:09 to go. Brunson to the hoop. Knicks down 4. Maybe they go on a run. We'll get back to the Giants game, though, because that's probably coming back any minute. 99-95, Knicks down 4. Brady says, change the water for beer. It's good luck. I had beer last week. It wasn't very good. It was the worst game we played all year. It didn't work, man. But maybe it was because I was drinking from a Mets mug. That might have had something to do with it. Oh, they have the timer. I like that. Second half starts at 4 minutes, so I could watch the Knicks game for another 4 minutes. Knicks down 6, 2:37 to go. Josh, he says, bro, I got work at 4 a.m., but I don't want to stop watching. Well, that's just tell your boss that you need to take it easy tomorrow when you go in. maybe take a sick day. The Giants are going to make you sick from watching them, so maybe just take a sick day. And the Knicks with the ball down 6, 2:14 to go. Here's Deuce into the front court, between the legs dribble, guarded by Garland. Cavs, rather, in the man-to-man. Brunson dribbles with the right. Garland on him. He's going to back him down. Double team. Spins to the left. Drops back. Fade away. No good. Cavs come up with the rebound, and it's going to be a foul on the floor. I think they called it on Mobley. I think it's going to stay with the Knicks. 2:01 to go. Stanton got tagged out at the plate. Ugh. If we're not in it, I'm pulling for the Lions. They need it, Scott says. Yeah. By the way, Knicks fans, what do Knicks fans feel thus far about Karl Anthony Towns? I'm going to be real, guys. Listen, his defense, not great. And I think we kind of knew that before we got him. It's a little bit of a liability. I'm looking forward to when we get Mitch back. But from a skill set standpoint, offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most talented Knicks I've ever seen. Like, the guy is unguardable. Dude, the guy has a great back to the basket game offensively. He could shoot it from 40% from 25 feet out. He's one of them. He may be the most just pure skill, like, offensive players I've seen in my lifetime in a Knicks uniform. He's incredible offensively. Knicks come up with the steal. Knicks down 4 with the ball. Minute 46 to go. Here's Brunson to the hoop. Out of bounds. It'll stay with the Knicks. And Andrew Marchese says, I took a sick day today because I started vomiting when I woke up and remembered the G-Men were... Andrew's going to have to take 2 sick days. He had to take 1 sick day because he was reminded that the Giants are going to play on primetime. And then he's going to have to take another sick day after the conclusion of the game. Good to see you, Andrew. Hope you're doing well, man. Brady says, already text the boss, said I had Taco Bell. See you. There you go. Smart man. Tanny, you bugging. What am I bugging about, man? Dude, Karl-Anthony Towns is super, super skilled, man. Super skilled offensively. Like I said, he's not great defensively. Let's see. Let's trade Sauce Gardner. We'll give them Banks and a 2026 third and 2027 fourth. I mean, Melo's great, but Danny Boy, I'm going to be honest, man. And Melo is, I mean, just a pure scorer. He's one of the best. Like, he was incredible. Did Melo have the back-to-the-basket game that Karl-Anthony Towns has? I don't think so. I don't know, man. He's super skilled offensively. Super skilled. And King Bet, I appreciate that, man. Giants-Panthers thoughts? Giants-Panthers thoughts. It's going to be like watching... I'm trying to come up with a good analogy. Giants-Panthers. I'm trying to come up with a funny analogy. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. I'll put it that way. It's going to be like watching 2 blind people try to go to a painting class. It's not going to be pretty. Yeah. I mean, 2 of the worst teams in the NFL. But hey, I'll give the Giants credit tonight. They're playing tough. They're playing well. Let's see. It's like going to watch a snail duck a turtle. Giants are going to wreck the Panthers. I think we'll beat the Panthers. Knicks down 5 with the ball. Minute 25 to go in the fourth as the Giants are getting back to action soon. All right, we're back to the game, guys. Third quarter. It still says first quarter. I changed it, but it still says first quarter. I'm going to change it to third quarter. I don't know if I changed it to third quarter, but I certainly changed it to second quarter. But there we go. The toilet bowl sublight says, yeah. So here we go. Start of the third quarter, 9 apiece. Giants, Steelers, as we've seen a game of field goals. Have yet to see a touchdown. We almost saw 2. Both called back on balls thrown to George Pickens as the Giants defense has been able to hold strong inside the 20. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been similar on the Giants side of the ball, not as effectively offensively, but the Giants, for the most part, have had their way 20-20 or 20, or I should say 30-20 in today's NFL, moving the ball. But both teams have kind of stalled out when they've gotten close to the red zone. Self-inflicted by the Giants twice with 2 crucial penalties, and once by the Steelers with a crucial penalty on a face mask penalty, but very similar. Both offenses were able to move the ball before they got to the 20-yard line. Kicks away, and the Giants will let this go about 8 yards deep. They'll take a knee, and they'll start with the ball at the 30. 15 minutes to go in the third as we start the second half. And Jay says, we don't look bad, bro. Let's go, Neighbors. You're the man. Appreciate you for being here. Yeah, listen, man. I'd like to see Neighbors get a lot more involved in the second half. Kind of forgot, not that I forgot about Neighbors, but we haven't seen Neighbors as nearly as featured as he was to start the year since he's come back from that injury. So, yes, would like to see him pelleted with targets here in the second half. As we start the third quarter, Jones under center, man in motion is Neighbors. They're going to start with Motor in the backfield as Tracy is questionable. They give to Singletary, and he's wrapped up and nowhere to go there. He got a yard. And Dharma says, you're my boy, Blue. What movie? Dude, come on. Old school. One of my favorite comedies of all time. We're going to get to that in a second. I'll read the rest of that. 14:42 to go. Vince Vaughn. I mean, come on, dude. Vince Vaughn, Will Ferrell, Luke Wilson, Snoop Dogg, Snoop-a-Loop. Giants have it here at the 30. Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Tracy to his right, trips to the left. Wandell in the slot. Jones will take the snap. He's going to give to Tracy, who apparently is not very hurt. A big run up to the 45 of Pittsburgh. A gain of 25. Giants have been able to run the ball today, guys. 14-12 to go here in the third. There we go. There we go. Come on. Giants have it here at the 44 of Pittsburgh. 2 wide. Jones under center. He's going to motion both tight ends from left to right. Run it again. Jones takes the snap, drops back, pressure, throws. Had to get rid of that early. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. And Darmer says, you're my boy, but what movie is that from? I already answered that. Knew I would have to switch between streams because Bad Dog and the New York Yankees, our Red Zone D, is keeping it together. Yeah, I appreciate you for being here. Obviously, I know Yankees fans are going to be locked in on that. It's a World Series. I don't blame you for that. But I appreciate you for stopping by. And yeah, man, you got to go with old school, man. A lot of great Will Ferrell movies from that era, but that's up there for me. 2nd and 10. Jones out of the Step Brothers might be my favorite Will Ferrell movie. Man in motion is Slayton. Jones out of the gun. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give. Tracy cuts it up the middle, and he's going to truck forward for about 5. It'll be 3rd and 5. 13-24 to go here in the third. What's going on, Joey Lutz? And Randy P says, Jones, Janiel Dones. Janiel Dones. Here's Janiel Dones out of the gun. Takes the snap, 5-step drop. Throws, caught, neighbors. Malik the Freak up to the 31 and a first down for the Giants. 12:52 to go here in the third. Giants approaching the red zone again for what feels like the 4th straight drive. I'm pretty sure they did. They sold out on one, but yeah, they did on that one drive after Pittsburgh got their 3rd field goal. But other than that, Giants have moved the ball at will. Just haven't moved it when they get close. So Giants have it here at the 31. Get back to the ground attack, guys. 12:28 to go. Jones taps the helmet, changes the play. He's got Tracy to his left. Takes the snap. They're going to run. Tracy gets stacked up at the line. Nowhere to go as they get back to the line of scrimmage. They'll have it at the 31. Dharma says, the breakup and Wedding Crashers is my favorite. Wedding Crashers, for sure. The breakup's pretty good, but Wedding Crashers is on another level. Yeah, I love Wedding Crashers. I don't really consider that a Will Ferrell movie, though. Even though he has obviously a great cameo. 2nd and 10. 11:52 to go. Breakup's okay, but not on that level, in my opinion. Jones out of the gun. Man in motion's Wandell. Takes the snap. Steelers come with 5. Jones under pressure, trying to buy time. He gets devoured. So a huge sack there by Watt. And I don't even remember the dude's name. That backup left tackle is awful. He got killed instantly. He's been getting killed instantly all game. So not a lot of time there for Jones to operate as he had to roll out to the right and Watt just cleaned up. Highsmith with a nice spin move. So the Giants will have it here at the 40 now. $10:58 to go here in the third. Giants, you figure, need at least 7 or 8 yards to get in, makeable field goal range. 3rd and 19. Jones will take the snap, drops back, pressure from Watt. Jones able to step up. He goes down. Giants are going to have to punt. So that I think that was one of the first times I've seen, and another sack by the Steelers. So Giants have to punt. That was one of the first times I've seen tonight because I've been trying to keep an eye on it, where I've seen Watt shift over to the left side. For the most part, he's been lined up against Illuminor throughout the majority of this game. But on that play, the Steelers say, well, 3rd and long, huge play. Let's move Watt over to the right side and take advantage of the tackle. And he forces Jones to step up in the pocket, and Jones gets killed. So a high snap. Giants able to get the punt off. Steelers will, oh my God, got to go for a fair catch there as he gets devoured up at the 16. So Pittsburgh will start there. 10:02 to go here in the third, 9 apiece. Dharma says Vince Vaughn movies. Will Ferrell agree. Step Bros. Yeah, Step Brothers is, I think, my favorite Will Ferrell movie. Oh yeah, I know. Okay. You're talking about Vince Vaughn movies. Yeah, those both qualify certainly as Vince Vaughn movies. No, DJ is not a playmaker. And I'd have to go back and watch the play, but yes, if a check down was available, that should have been the goal on that play. You're not picking up a 3rd and 19. The goal on that play is to try to get 8 yards and get in field goal range. So yes, that should have been the goal. I'd have to go back and see the play again because I was looking at the line because there was immediate pressure on the left side. But yeah, if there was a guy open, he should have thrown it to him on a check down. Couldn't take the first sack. I mean, the first sack was pretty bad. I mean, the second sack, I could see more of an argument. The first sack, I feel he got killed off the edge on that play. With the spin move by Highsmith? That was tough. The second one, I could put more on Jones. The first one, I think, was much more on the line. So the Steelers will have it here at the 16. Wilson under center. 10:02 to go. He's going to pitch it to Harris. Harris, not much room there. Giants able to hold strong. Giants' run defense has gotten better as the game has progressed. I feel like they've been keeping them to short gains for the most part on the ground, maybe since midway through the second quarter. So 9:46 to go. It'll be a 2nd and 8 as the Giants defense starting to wake up a little bit. Banks still on the bench. So obviously something that Dable didn't like because he's clearly not hurt. Wilson out of the gun. He's got Harris to his left. Now he's going to he had him to the right, rather. Now he motions him to the left. Trips to the left. Wilson takes the snap, and he's going to hand to Harris. And again, the Giants' run defense answers the call. Dexter Lawrence first in on the scene. 9:12 to go here in the third. All right. I like what I see. Giants' run defense definitely starting to wake up here. Third and 8. Giants have struggled at times on 3rd and long. Can they get off the field this time? 8:41 to go. 3 on the play clock, and it looks like we're going to get a penalty on the Giants. We'll see if it is. The Steelers are pointing that way. If it is, this is a critical penalty because that goes from 3rd and 8 to 3rd and 3. Nope, it's on the Steelers. Steelers were trying to sell that it was on the Giants, but now you better get off the field. You have 3rd and 13 now. You better get off the field. Here's Wilson out of the gun. He's going to motion Warren to his right. Takes the snap, drops back. Giants come with 4. Drop back in coverage. They play zone, and they'll give him the check down yardage to the 20, and Pittsburgh will be forced to punt. Perfect. So the Giants get a very needed 3 and out. I like it. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. Giants grinding away here, giving themselves the chance to win this football game. 7:56 to go here in the third. You knew if the Giants were going to have a chance to win, it was going to have to be a game like this against this Pittsburgh team. It was going to have to be gross, disgusting, long drives, holding them to 3. So this is the type of game the Giants wanted to play going in. Punts away. Giants are going to field it at the 24. It would be nice for once to have a punt returner as they get it to the 26-27. But it would be nice for once to have a punt returner, because I watch these games from around the league on Sunday when the Giants don't play. And a lot of teams have these guys. Can we have a punt returner when there's nobody there but one guy? There's, make one guy miss and pick up 10 to 15 yards. It would be nice. I feel like the Giants never have that. But let's see. And Chris says, crazy that they bench Banks. Yeah. I'd like to get an explanation on that after the game. I'm sure that he'll be asked about that. Yeah, Gunnar was solid. He was decent. Obviously better than what we got. Chris says, punt return, we don't even have a quarterback. Well, we know, but I'm just talking about outside of the obvious. Knicks lost. That's annoying. I thought they'd win tonight against the Cavs. The Giants defense is really good, and it just has its kryptonite. Yeah, for the most part, the Giants defense, outside of last week, I didn't love their performance last week, but for the most part, the Giants defense has played well this year. And Chris says Giants be negative on going to be negative on GM if he misses on Banks. Let's let it play out. Let's let it play out. I think Banks has shown some promise. I know it's not encouraging to see that he was benched today, but let's let it play out. His draft class this year looks promising. But there's definitely things to be critical about with Joe Shane. Undeniable. I think the biggest thing to be critical about is obviously the Evan Neal pick. Thus far. I'm not even going to say thus far with Evan Neal. That's a horrible pick. That's a miss. 7:35 to go here in the third. Shotgun formation for Jones from the 26. Takes the snap. He's going to give up the middle. Giants will get 3.5. And Ronald says, unreal hypothetical, would you take DJ as he is currently playing for $9 million a year if he wanted to stay? I would need to know the other options. But I mean, $9 million in today's NFL is a backup salary. It just is. It's a backup salary. So do I think he's capable of being a backup? Yeah. So, but I think at this point, Giants fans just want a fresh start. There's a handoff off the right side. There's a flag on the play. And we'll see who it's on. It's probably on the Giants. It came from that side of the line. Yep, another motion penalty. I think that's our third. It's certainly our second. I know a lot of people said that it was questionable, the last one, but Another pre-snap motion penalty, an illegal shift by Darius Slayton. So 2nd and 11. 6:51 to go here in the third. Here's Jones out of the gun. He's going to motion Neighbors to his left. Jones takes the snap. Drop. There's a flag. Oh, come on, man. Oh, these are killers, man. And if you're Dable there, you can't call a timeout because second half timeouts are so valuable. First half, different discussion, but that kills the drive, man. Yeah, you go from 2nd and 6 to 2nd and 16 with a delay of game and a motion penalty. A lot of stupid penalties today by the Giants. A lot of stupid penalties. 2 in the red zone. 2nd and 16 from the 20. Man in motion's Wandell. Jones out of the gun, takes the snap. Jones under pressure. He's going to go down. And once again, like Highsmith is just barely even getting touched off the left side. Like it's almost like he's like a traffic cone. So now it'll be 3rd and a mile. Like, like, what are you doing? And I know he's not good, which is why we got him off the street. But my God, man. 3rd and 22. Jones out of the gun. They're going to call for a draw. And the Giants will get 4. So they'll have to punt. And Jonathan says, is Theo Johnson in the game right now? Oh, he's played today. I didn't see if he was in on that play, but he's played today. He had a catch earlier that was called back due to a penalty. So he certainly played today. Oh, that's a brutal drive, man. You build so much momentum with a 3-and-out by the defense, and you just give the ball right back. Flag on the play. Oh, we might get a roughing the kicker. We might get a roughing the kicker. We're certainly, I think, going to get a running into the kicker. The flag came out before that, but our punter got rocked. As the Steelers run this all the way back, I hope it's a roughing the kicker, because if it's not, the Steelers just got 7 points. They ran that all the way back, but our kicker got killed. The punter got killed. They haven't changed the scoreboard for the Steelers. Oh, my God. The penalty was on the Giants. I need to see a replay. Maybe I'm wrong, guys. Our punter looked like he got lit up. It stands. The Steelers get a touchdown. Snap, hold, kick is good. They didn't even talk about it. They're not even showing the replay. I'm going to rewind it. I want to make sure my eyes did not deceive me. I'm going to rewind it. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? How did they not show? Dude, go back. If you're watching this game on DVR and you can rewind it. The punter got tackled. He got tackled. How do you not throw a flag on that? Horrible punt coverage, but That was awful. Awful. Somebody's saying he got pushed in. I don't have time to rewind it because I don't want to miss the next play. Maybe I missed that. I don't think it did not look to me like he got pushed, but I am watching from a biased eye. Maybe he did get pushed. Looked like he dove into the punter to me. You know what? I want to see it. If I miss one play, I want to see it. Maybe my eyes deceive me. I'm watching the play right now. Let's see if he got pushed. Maybe he did. He didn't get pushed. There was a little bit of contact. He got by the defender. He tripped a little bit, but he dove into the punter. He didn't get pushed. Come on. No way. He dove into the punter and he didn't give him a place to land. Not being biased. That should have been a penalty. Not excusing the punt coverage. It was awful, but that should have been a penalty. Oh, now they're showing it. Now they show it. .438 to go. Awful. Awful. Steelers set to kick it away. JV going to get to that in 1 second. Giants are going to field that 2 yards deep. They'll take a knee. JV says awful teams do awful things. I mean, it was awful punt coverage, but that should have been he should have been a hit with a flag for running into the kicker. Chris says, is it truly a loss? Only moves us up one spot in the draft. I will look after the game. I don't know. I mean, at this point, it's too early to be looking at that. It's too early. I'll start looking at the draft order around with 4 weeks to go. It's too early. Oh, man. I don't like to complain about the refs, but that was ridiculous. Jones will take the snap. There's a flag on the play. Another flag on the Giants. That's like our fifth flag or fourth flag, I think, in the last 4 plays. This time it's in a false start on a Luminor. First at 15. Ronald, I'm going to get to that in a second. I just want to call the next play. Jones out of the gun. Slayton in motion. Jones takes the snap. He's going to give Tracy off the right side. He got 2 yards. Ronald says what needs to start happening is teams should start gaining and losing draft position based on games lost where penalties lead, take away points. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, the way that it works now with the tiebreak with the draft order, it's based on strength of schedule, which I guess is fair. But I don't know. I feel like they should use head-to-head when it comes to draft positioning. Like if you lose to a team head-to-head, you should be, higher in the draft. But they go based off strength of schedule. So here's Jones out of the gun, 2nd and 13. 4 minutes to go here in the third from the 27. Jones takes the snap, drops back, throws, caught out in the flat by Tracy, and he'll maybe get back to the line. It'll be 3rd and 13. That's such a crippling play, the punt return. It just feels like now the gates are going to open. It's such a crippling play. 3:43 to go here in the third, 3rd and 13. And Brian says the refs are completely destroying the NFL. They can't get normal games correct or even get the silly new rules called right. That was such a blatant penalty, and it was right in front of the referee. Thomas, going to get that 1 second. 3rd and 13. Jones out of the gun from the 27. Man in motion is Neighbors. Jones takes the snap, drops back, has time, throws, that's caught, but Theo Johnson, so he is playing, for somebody that asked earlier, is going to be short of the sticks. He got about 8. Giants will have to punt. 3:07 to go here in the 3rd. Thomas says Dable might kill someone in the locker room later. He's not going to be happy. I don't think he's happy with the referees either. He's yelled at them a couple of times. I'm way behind. Oh, sorry if I am. Yeah, because I rewound it, guys. So sorry about that. They didn't return the punt for a touchdown. It goes into the end zone. And I'm fast forwarding it. I think I'm live now, so I apologize about that. Commercial break. Steelers will start with it at the 20. Oh, my God, man. Sorry about that, guys. I just got so pissed off about it. Was so like, and and thankfully they made a note of it when they came back from the commercial break. But when I saw that in live time, it was like so obvious. Like I saw the flag come out before he hit the punter, so I'm like, okay, that's on the Giants, but this is going to be offsetting penalties. And then nothing. And Randy says, you were passionate, man. I was screaming as well. Ridiculous. I can't help that one. That pissed me off. Bad Dogs calling the Yankee game, Scott. Greg says the rules guy said no flag because it didn't impact the kick. I didn't get to hear the rules guy, but Greg, maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure. I don't claim to be a rules expert, but I'm pretty sure. Isn't the rule that the guy needs to give the punter a space to land? Like it doesn't need to necessarily impact the kick, unless I'm wrong on that. Maybe the expert is right, or like the guy I've seen several where the punter will get the kickoff, no problem. It doesn't affect the kick. But then the guy doesn't give him a space to land. What's going on, Gerald, man? Thanks for popping in, man. He says, what's good, Tana? Bad weekend for New York. Thanks to you. Yeah, just bad. Yeah, New York. I mean, I'm not going to lie. New York baseball got really far. And, it was a good year. And obviously the Liberty won. So that's great. But it's been tough. The Mets got knocked out. The Yankees now struggling. The Jets have been a disaster. There's a ball caught out in the flat. Loss of about 4 yards as he hits Najee Harris. So the Giants defense still fighting. 2:18 to go here in the 3rd. We'll see if we get another 3 and out. Give the offense a chance. Second and 13. Wilson takes the snap out of the gun. That's caught, and he's wrapped up. Good tackle. And I think that's Banks' replacement. That was actually a really good open field tackle. As Pickens only gets about 6. It could have been a lot more. So 3rd and 7. Minute 50 to go here in the 3rd. Giants defense needs a stop here. Wilson out of the gun from the 23. He'll take the snap. Giants come with a delayed blitz. Wilson rolls out to the right, throws, caught at the 30. And Freiermuth to go forward to about the 33. So a big first down there for Pittsburgh. Minute 34 to go here in the 3rd. Update the score. My bad. 16-9. Steelers will break the huddle. Freiermuth, not much today. He's got 2 catches for 19 yards, but that was a big one. Wilson under center. Giants with a 4-man front. He'll take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to pitch to Warren. Warren tries to turn the edge, and he'll get about 4 as he's able to spin out of, I think it was an Azeez Ojulari attempt for a tackle, and it'll be 2nd and 6. Jarrett, I don't know if you were here for my reaction. That's one of the worst missed calls I've seen all year. Not using excuses. The punt coverage was awful, but that was awful. 2nd and 6. Wilson under center from the 38. Giants come with a blitz. Wilson drops back. Steelers pick it up. Throws a bomb down the sideline. Nice play. And again, Deonte Banks, I think that's Deonte Banks' replacement, makes another play. That is a good play, man. He was initially beat, and Sherman is able to make – that was a good play. So 2 good plays in a row by Sherman on this drive. 3rd and 6. $17 seconds to go here in the third. He didn't touch it, but it was still a good play. JTAC says G-Man organization is going in the right direction. I mean, they're competing tonight. You could say that. Wilson out of the gun. Might get a false start here. We'll see. So many penalties, guys. I would like to see that, how many penalties there's been in this game. I'm going to say, I'm going to pull up the stats right now on my phone. I'm going to say there's been 17, 18 penalties. Like, there's been a lot on both sides. And they missed the roughing the kicker. 3rd and 11. Wilson out of the gun from the 33. 3 wide, takes the snap. Giants come with 4. Wilson drops back, launches it down the sideline. What an adjustment. That was actually short, and Jefferson was able to adjust on the sideline and make a catch. So that'll take us to the end of the third quarter as they get up to about the 35 in New York. So far in this game, there's been... I thought there'd be more. 12. It feels like more. Maybe it's because they've been such at crucial points. Like the Steelers have had like 1 or 2 in the red zone. The Giants have had 2 or 3 in the red zone. Feels like more. But end of the third quarter, 16-9. Still a lot, but I thought it was even more than that. Some were declined. Okay, so that makes sense. Barry says, a nice cold shot of Jägermeister. It would be nice right now. You might need something stronger than that. Jägermeister, I used to drink that when I first turned 21. I don't think the proof on that is very strong. You may need something stronger than that. Maybe after a Giants primetime game, you might want to go with the 151. That'll grow hair on your chest. You might want to go with that one. Everclear, yeah, that'll do it to you, Rich. Let's see. Joshua says, I think I told you guys it's getting not looking good right now. And Vinny Bag of Donuts says, Chris, my 21st birthday's in 3. Well, happy birthday. My birthday is in 2 weeks. So you are a Scorpio. I think no. When do Scorpios end? I don't even know. I'm not a sign guy. I just know I'm a Scorpio. So maybe you're a Scorpio like me. But either way, happy birthday, Vinny. What's something strong to drink instead of watching this team? I just told you, 151. You smell that, you'll start crying. Let's see. Big Move says procedural penalties killing us tonight. Yeah, a lot of pre-snap penalties, a lot of motion penalties. Wilson takes the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give to Harris. Harris is able to drag a tackler up to about the 20. Is this another flag? Giants are clapping. Yup. And I think this is going to be a hold on Pittsburgh. And it is. So that's a big penalty. That'll make it 1st and 20. And briefly, at least for the time being, knocks Pittsburgh out of field goal range. Jed says, Tana, thanks for keeping the faith. Stand up. What's going on, man? Thanks for popping in, man. Yeah, man. Game's not over, even though it feels like it's starting to get away from us. Far from over. Giants defense is fought. We'll see if they get a stop here. This feels like a time in the game, though, where you can't even surrender a field goal here. Wilson out of the gun. 1st and 20. Takes the snap. He's going to give to Harris. That was a great fake by Wilson. As he slides down to the 36, he faked me out there. I really thought he handed that ball to Harris. So they got about 14-20 to go here in the 4th. So it'll be 2nd and 15. Big 5 yards there because it gets them back into field goal range or close enough. Wilson takes the snap, drops back under pressure. He's able to check it down to Harris, and now they'll certainly be in field goal range as he gets up to the 30, maybe the 29. So we'll see if the Giants could hold him to 3. Certainly can't afford to give up 7. 3rd and 8, 13:51 to go. I don't think Tomlin would go for it, especially with the way the Giants offense has been incapable of getting in the end zone. 3 points is massive here for Pittsburgh. Even if it was 4th and 1 or 2, I think you take the 3. So we'll see if the Giants could hold them. Trips to the left for Wilson. He's going to motion Freiermuth. Takes the snap. Giants come with a blitz. Wilson drops back, heaves it up. He's got him. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. Oh, this team's going to give me an ulcer. 22-9, extra point pending. $13-16 to go here in the 4th quarter. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Snap, hold, kick is good. 3rd and 8, and you give up a 31-yard touchdown pass. Sorry you're at the game more. That was tough. Oh, my God, man. Not even blaming the defense. They have been the only I'm not blaming the defense for the loss. That was bad, though. JT Carroll says we should trade for number 2 on their bench. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Awful. Awful. That punt return, it just felt like all the air was going to come out after that. Larry, thank you. He says, this season is over. Other than Carolina, there isn't a single team on the schedule I think we have a chance against. I think there's teams we have a chance against, but I would have to look at the schedule, but I would probably agree with you that there isn't a team we'll be favored against other than Carolina. We'll probably find a way to win 5 games or something, but we won't be favored outside of the Carolina game, to my knowledge. I'd have to think about the schedule, but who do we play? We play Washington again, obviously not favored in that. We play the Eagles. I think we play the Eagles. Yeah, we haven't played the Eagles twice. So, yeah, won't be favored in that. Cowboys, we play one more time on Thanksgiving. Won't be favored in that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless there's a game I'm not thinking about, I don't think there'll be another game we'll be favored in. We'll probably find a way to win 5 games, though. Oh, 23-9. The season's over, then the Carolina isn't a single game on the schedule. I think we have a chance. And even Carolina seems legit. Could be their rebound. We could lose to Carolina. We could lose to anybody. I'm not saying we'll win, but I think we'll be favored. And Taylor says, hey, Chris. Hey, Taylor. Hope you're doing well. The Giants are not. And the kick's going to go about 2 yards deep. The Giants will take it out there to the 10, to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, to the 30. Big return here by the Giants. Finally, the Giants have a big kick return. 13:09 to go here in the fourth. We're complaining about the special teams. Finally, the Giants are able to flip the field position a bit and maybe spark some life into this football team. We'll see if the offense can respond. Oh, I forgot what a good kick return looked like. And Marco says, hey, brother, I'm hurting as a Giants fan, but I can't wait to just start cheering for my Dodgers. Let's go. Congratulations, man. You kicked the shit out of my Mets. 1st and 10. Jones drops back, double pumps, stiff arm to try to buy himself some time, throws, he dropped it. It was a tough play. It was to Theo Johnson, so it'll be 2nd and 10. 13:03 to go here in the fourth. One way or another, bleed blue, all love. Appreciate you for being here, man. Congratulations to your Dodgers. Well, not over yet. If you're a baseball fan, by the way, a new documentary just came out on Netflix. I know Yankees fans hate the Red Sox, and I get it. And it's torture watching them come back down 3-0, but it's actually a really good documentary. I forgot the name of it, but it's about the 04 Red Sox. It's really good. 3 episodes. Shotgun formation for Jones from his own 45. Man in motion's Wandell. Jones will take the snap, drops back. Steelers come with 4. He'll check it down. That's caught by Singletary. He'll pick up 4. It'll be 3rd and 6 up to the 49. My thoughts on Pizzle? I like Pizzle. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I like Pizzle, man. He's loyal. He loves the Giants. I can't say anything bad about him. He has fun on YouTube. 12:30 to go here in the fourth. 23-9. Jones out of the gun from his own 49. 4 wide. Man in motion is Theo Johnson. Jones takes the snap. Drops back. Steelers send 4. Jones throws off his back foot. Neighbors catches it as he dives out of bounds. There's a flag on the play. Could be a hold. We'll see. And it's going to be. So the Giants will wait. Look at Dable's face. Dable's face just tells you everything you need to know. Another crucial penalty by the New York Giants. This time it's a hold on Illuminor. 12:13 to go here in the fourth. TJ Watt just beat him inside, man. Oh, 3rd and 16. Neighbor's only 23 yards today as he struggled to get it going. See if Jones can orchestrate a touchdown drive. 3rd and 16. Jones drops back, throws, caught. 1st down. Big gain there to Neighbors on a 3rd and 16. They needed 16, and he got it right on the line up to the 45. First down, Giants. Still plenty of time. Giants with all 3 timeouts. Big catch there by Neighbors. Dude, talk about strong hands. That guy comes over the top. He tries to knock that ball, rip it out. Neighbors says, not today, buddy. 1st and 10. Giants have it at the Pittsburgh 45. Jones takes the snap. Pressure off the edge. Jones throws to Neighbors. Oh, it was close. I'm not sure if the Pittsburgh defender got a hand in. It was actually a good ball there. Jones gave Neighbors a good chance there. Good coverage. I'd like to see the replay. I think the Pittsburgh defender may have got a hand in. Yeah, that's actually a great throw. Obviously a really tough play for Neighbors to make. And no hand in. Yeah, I love Neighbors. He's a rookie. I'm not going to kill him. That's a catch you got to make. It's a great throw. That's a catch you got to make. Would have been a tough play, but that's a catch you got to make. 2nd and 10. Jones takes the snap from the 45. He's going to hand. Big hole. Still going. Tracy, 20, 10, 5. Into the end zone. Touchdown, New York Giants. Tyrone Tracy with a 45-yard scamper. And the Giants within 8. Oh, baby. Let's go. 11:07 to go. Stand up. New York Giants fans. The Giants fight back and they make it a 1-score game. Is he in? Is he in? He's in. Come on. Look at this freaking hole, man. I'll say this. The run blocking today has been great. The pass blocking, we don't need to talk about that. But Giants are going for 2? What the fuck was that? I'm sorry I cursed. What the hell was that? What the hell was that? 11:06. What was that play call? What was that play call? What was that? 11:07. It looked like a college play. They had everybody lined up on the other side. They tried to run a screen to Neighbors from the 7-yard line. What was that? What the hell was that play call? I get the analytics thing, right? Because everybody's asking why they went for 2. The analytics approach says, I would have kicked the extra point. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying the analytics says if you go for 2 there and you don't get it, you give yourself basically 2 chances to tie the game, right? If you don't get it the first time, you have another chance to go for 2 to tie it. If you get it, you give yourself a chance to win the game with an extra point in the next drive. So that's why you see a lot of teams do that in that scenario. I don't agree with the philosophy. And the other thing is the team just got so much momentum. The offense has struggled all game. You finally create a big play, and then you just let all the air out of the balloon by not converting on a 2-point conversion. I don't like the decision there by Dable. I get the analytics thing for all the math nerds out there. I get it. And other teams do it. I don't agree with it in that spot. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate that decision by Dable. And if you're going to go for it, how about you come up with a better play call than a screen that's 7 yards away from the end zone on a 2-point conversion, where it's the most obvious screen pass of all time. He literally lined up his entire offensive line on the left side, and he threw a screen pass where Neighbors caught the ball on the 7-yard line. Like, if you're going to go for 2, have like a real play call. Don't have a play call from, high school. What the hell was that? Henry says Daniel Jones was paid. That was a ridiculous play call. I'm not going to kill him, even though I would have preferred the extra point there. I at least get it. I get why you go for 2 there. But the play call is what bothers me more than anything. 11:07 to go here in the 4th. Like, I want to be thrilled. The Giants finally score a big touchdown. It's 23-15. I want to be thrilled. Ball goes out of the end zone. Steelers will start with that at the 30. What's this play call? What's this play call? What's this play call? Steelers have it at the 30. Wilson under center. Wilson takes the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give Harris off the right side. Gets 5. He stood up there. He gets 6 up to the 36. And Bus says, what would the benefit have been for a 6-point? Well, the benefit, Bus, is you can win it with an extra point. That's the benefit. You could win the game with an extra point. So you give yourself a chance to win the game with the next touchdown without having to go for 2 if you get it there, rather than having to run the risk of going for 2 with the game on the line in the second touchdown. But I would have kicked the extra point. I'm just like trying to explain why he did it. Play action bootleg for Wilson. He's going to throw. That's caught at the 43, out of bounds at the 47. So now the Steelers starting to move again. 10:25 to go. Poochie says Evan Neal was in on that 2-point play, 2-point try. That explains it. Yeah. That's the first time Neal, I think, seen the field all year for a crucial play like that. Here's Russell Wilson under center from the 47. I formation. That's insane. The Steelers have 17 plays of 10-plus yards today. Wilson, play action, drops back, throws a bomb, and that's caught in stride all the way up to the 5-yard line. Pickens beats the double coverage. 1st and goal, 9:48 to go here in the 4th. Oh. Good throw. Wow, they called him out of bounds at the 10. I'm not complaining, but unless my eyes deceive me, that's an awful spot. Maybe I missed a foot on the sideline. Hand off to Najee Harris. Harris up the middle to the 5. He'll get stood up there. 2nd and goal at the 5 as he picks up 5 off the left side. I can't see his foot there. But he must have stepped out. Or at least they thought he did. 8:45 to go here in the 4th. Steelers will break the huddle. Pistol formation. He's got Harris in the backfield. Takes the snap, gives to Harris. Harris up the middle. Ojulari first one there. Davidson cleans up. Nowhere to go. 8:25 to go here in the 4th. But regardless, the damage has been done on this drive because if you're Pittsburgh, 2-score game is massive with only 8 minutes to go in this ball game. Andrew says some teams use analytics. We use analytics. Pretty much. 3rd and goal. Questionable. The decision is questionable. The play call is even more questionable. W says Daniel Jones is heated. Well, if my coach called that play, I would be too. Nico, I lost my voice because of how bad that play call was. Nico says, what was that? What do you think DJ was saying? I think DJ was saying That's a play in my junior high school. That's a play when I was playing Pee Wee football that we drew up. That's what he's saying. That's not an NFL play call. That's what he's saying. Jake says, trail by a tie all game, go for 2 point to lose the tie. Yeah. Trev says Jones is pissed. That was a horrible play call. It's among one of the worst play calls I've seen. That was awful. Awful. JT says we need a new secondary at every position. I don't know about every position, but the secondary is certainly unproven. Craig, man, thank you very much, man, for the $5 donation. I appreciate it, man. And W says that play pissed me off. It should have been. It should have, rather. Oh, it's clearly terrible execution as well, but not a good play call. JC says, take Banks out and we get this. What a joke. Yeah. Essential says, when was the last time the Giants got a pick or even a turnover? I think it was like 2006. It's been a while. I think 2006 might have been the last time we got a turnover. Kenneth says, fireball the GM and the coach to hire Belichick. I'm not a big Belichick. I get it. Obviously, he's got credentials. He started as a Giant. He's the greatest coach of all time. The guy's almost 80 years old. I mean, I don't know his age, but he's old. I don't love that idea. But if they do it, obviously I'm going to root my ass off for it. Wilson out of the gun from the 5. 3rd and goal. Trips to the right. Wilson takes the snap. Giants come with 4. Wilson under pressure. He'll go down as Ezel Jalari cleans up. But they're still going to make it a 2-possession game. Stewart says, need to run a mean pick 6 here, Coach Walls. That would have been nice. Did Coach Walls actually say that? Seems like a nice guy, but if he said that, he doesn't seem like a very legitimate football coach, if that's an actual quote. Snap, hold, kick is good. 26-15. And Simon says, a play you see on YouTube's 10 worst NFL plays. Yeah. Big Mike says, New York football has ruined 2024 for New York sports fans. It's been bad, man. It's been bad. So a big field goal there. 26-15. $26-15, King Harlem. 7:15 to go. Giants still have all 3 timeouts. So obviously you need a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and a field goal to tie it. Or two touchdowns to win it. Steelers set to kick it away. And the Giants are going to field this 8 yards deep, and they'll set up shop at the 30. And you figure, ideally, which never happens for the Giants, but ideally, you'd like to score here with about at least 4 minutes left on the clock. That gives you enough time to be able to kick it away, conserve your timeouts, and try to get a stop to get the ball back. We'll see if the Giants can get it done. Giants will have it at their own 30, 7:15 to go here in the fourth. Jones out of the gun, 4 wide, 3 to the right. Steelers with a 4-man front. Jones takes the snap, drops back. It's a design screen that's dropped. I don't know if there would have been much there. Hard to tell for Tracy, but they don't execute the first play. 2nd and 10. Ugh. Can we feed Malik here? He's the guy. Give him a chance to go up and make a play. You need big plays here. 2nd and 10. Neighbors has single coverage outright. Jones out of the gun takes. They're going to run on a draw play to Tracy. I don't like that call. I don't like that call. 7:04 to go here in the fourth. 3rd and 8. I get the strategy there. You think they're going to be looking past. You're trying to pick up 5 or 6 to make it manageable on 3rd down. But I do not like that call. Jones out of the gun from the 32. Takes the snap. Drops back. 5-step drop. Throws. Caught. Nice catch there by Slayton. He made a great adjustment up to the 50 as the throw was behind him. 6:33 to go. Darius Slayton makes a hell of a play as the Giants get it to midfield. Good protection for Jones on that play. Jones is going to hand off up the middle. Tracy, he's going to keep. Look at this guy run. He's still on his feet. Tracy's carrying the whole state of Pennsylvania up to the 33. A pickup of 17 yards. The guy runs like he's Brandon Jacobs. 6:05 to go here in the fourth. Holy hell. What a run that was. From the 33, Jones out of the gun, empty backfield, 4 wide. Steelers with a 4-man front. Jones drops back, throws, caught out in the flat by Wandell. Wandell scoots forward to the 30. It'll be 2nd and 7. $5:35 to go. Giants obviously are not forced to go for it on 4th down because you will need a field goal at some point. So they're already in field goal range. Obviously, you'd like the touchdown first. Here's Jones from the 30. Shotgun formation. Motor in the game. He'll drop back. He's going to just throw that ball into the dirt. They were looking to try to set up a screen there. The Steelers blew it up. So good decision there by Jones to get rid of the ball rather than take a sack to keep them in field goal range and manageable 3rd down. So it'll be 3rd and 7. 5:14 to go. From the 30. 3 wide. Jones takes the snap. It's a blitz by Pittsburgh. Throw. Oh, Neighbors, man. Oh, man. Neighbors drops a ball that hits both hands. And I don't know if he would have got the 1st down or not. He would have had a chance to. And I have to think what Neighbors is thinking about there is trying to make the guy miss after the catch because he knows he's going to have to make one guy miss to get the 1st down. But my God, dude, you have to catch that ball. Giants are going to have to settle for a field goal attempt. Snap, hold, kick is good. So the Giants do make it a 1-possession game. 5:06 to go here in the fourth. It's an 8-point game, 26-18. Oh, my God. What a crucial drop that was. 26-18. Oh, man. Gavin says, okay, Chris, I'm drinking stronger now. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, Jones, it was a little bit behind him, but come on, dude. Come on. Come on. I'm not saying it was a great throw. It wasn't. Ideally, Jones hits him in stride there, and he can keep running. It's an easy first down. I get it, but, dude, it hit both your hands. He's got to catch the ball. Thomas, thank you very much, man. He says, Neighbors has to really work on catching the ball with his hands this offseason. He is letting the ball get to his body too often. Yeah, he's got to catch that. The only reason I have to think what he was thinking about, because you see him do it on so many plays, is they do it all, especially early in the year, with those slant plays. When it was 4 or 5 yards, he would catch it, spin back the other way, and I think that's what he was going to do, because he felt the defender coming, and he knew he was going to have to make a miss. But no excuses, obviously. You're the 6th overall pick. You're an NFL wide receiver. You have to catch that ball. You can't make a guy miss unless you catch the ball. So you got to catch it. That's bad. I'm not going to go nuts. I love Malik Neighbors, but that's a horrible drop. .506 to go here in the fourth. What's up, Benjamin? Kicks away. Steelers are going to field this 6 yards. I know you're a big Dodgers fan, Benjamin. I don't have the Yankees game on, but I'm assuming you guys won based off of what I saw earlier and what people have been saying in the chat. So congratulations. 3-0 start for the Dodgers. Ronald says he dropped 3 big ones today, makes circus catches and drops easy ones. We have 2 more wins if he makes crucial 4th down catches earlier in the year. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I'm not trying to run the guy out of town, but it's fair, yes, to be critical. That was a big drop. Big drop. The other one I think you're talking about, I don't think, if it's the one that was on the sideline at the end of the game, that was a tough catch. But this one, obviously, easy catch. Handoff up the middle to Harris. Harris gets 3, maybe 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. So the Giants obviously need a stop. 4:55 to go here in the fourth. Giants were put in a hole by going for 2 earlier. So if they do get the ball, they'll need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to send it to overtime. 4:43 to go. Wilson has the ball out of the gun, drops back. There's pressure, but Wilson's able to break containment. He fumbled the ball. Giants come up with it. Okereke falls on top of the ball, and it's Giants ball up to the 32-yard line. A huge fumble by Russell Wilson, and the Giants are in business. Bobby Okereke punched that ball out. What a play by Bobby O. Looked like Bobby O was touched. Hopefully the referees didn't see that, because he was able to get an extra 5 yards after the fact where they marked him down. But it looks like he was touched by a Steelers defender where he initially picked up the ball. But I think they gave him credit for the extra 5 yards. 4:30 to go here in the fourth. So the Giants now 32 yards and a 2-point conversion away from tying this game up. And I think that's what they're going to... Nope, never mind. I thought they were going to review it, and I was going to say, I think they're going to review the spot. Oh, they did mark it at the right spot at the 37. He was touched when he initially got the ball. Jones out of the gun. Empty backfield, 5 wide, takes the snap. Steelers come with 5. Jones throws, caught by Neighbors. Neighbors trying to make a move. Stiff arm up to the about the 28. So Neighbors trying to make good on the drop earlier. He has a chance to redeem himself. And there's the touch right there. Second and 1, 4:28 to go. What a play by Bobby Okereke. From the 28, Jones under center. Man in motion's Wandell. Jones will take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give Tyrone Tracy. Dragged down at the 22, but not before he gets 5. I feel like every time the guy touches the ball, he's one move away from breaking a touchdown run. This guy is good. This guy is very good. 19 carries for 143 yards for Tracy. Jones out of the gun. He's got Tracy to his left at the 22. Jones takes the snap, gives to Tracy. Tracy a hop, skip, and a jump up to the 21. He gets stood up there. 2nd and 9. 3:55 to go here in the 4th. And now they're going to give Tracy a breather. Looks like potential. I'm guessing they're going to look him over for a concussion because he's coming up a little woozy. So not good there. Hopefully he's okay. Yeah, his head hit the turf. So they're going to take him into the blue tent. So it'll be 2nd and 8. We'll get to these donations in a second. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Got you next, John. Jones takes the snap out of the gun, drops back. There's pressure from the blind side, and he'll get tripped up. It'll be 3rd and 7 from the 19. 3:30 to go. Giants still have 3 timeouts. No, it's 4-down territory no matter what. Because, I mean, I guess a field goal makes it so a touchdown wins you the game, but no, you got to go for it at this point. Maybe if there were 6 or 7 minutes left, you could kick the 3, but no, not with only 3. Giants are going 4th down all the way. It's a touchdown or nothing. From the 19, Jones out of the gun. 3 wide, 2 to the left. Singletary to his right. Jones takes the snap. Drive, fumbled the ball. TJ Watt off the blind side comes in. Jones didn't see it coming. He rips the ball right out of his hand. 2:59 to go. Russell Wilson giveth, and TJ Watt taketh away. 2:59 to go here in the 4th. Steelers ball. Son of a bitch. John says, bad drop. The game is torture. Yeah, and then a fumble. God, man. Everybody in this chat's going to need a psychiatrist before the end of this year. Ronald says, you want to keep your job and stay in New York, get 7. Well, he's not keeping his job. 2:59 to go here in the 4th. Wilson under center. From the 28, Wilson will take the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to pitch to Harris. Harris off the right side gets 4. It'll be 2nd and 6. There's a flag on the play. Giants still with 3 timeouts, so they could get another opportunity at this. But obviously the defense needs to get a stop first. And the penalty's on the Giants. So there's going to be a 1st down. A holding on DJ Davidson. So that's 5 yards and an automatic 1st. Doesn't change much. No time really came off the clock. Clock stops. They get 5 yards up the field, but doesn't change much. Giants still with 4 stoppages of play if you include the 2-minute warning. Steelers have it at the 37. 2:53 to go. Wilson under center. Harris in the backfield. He's going to give to Harris. Harris up the middle. He scoots forward. He's still on his feet. He picks up 7. And the Giants will use their first of 3 timeouts. And that's a good spot to take it because you figure if this play doesn't take 7 seconds, which hopefully it doesn't, they'll have to run another play in front of the 2-minute warning without you calling a timeout. So we'll see how long this play takes. But yeah, they didn't get the 7, so Jones will not be keeping his job. And Christian Bad Dog's intern says, yet again, staring down wide receivers. Yep. Well, I mean, at this point, we know that's a problem. That's not going to get better. 2:47 to go, 2nd and 3 from the 44. And we got a flag. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? What's the flag? Well, they have 12 men? You've got to be kidding me. What? How do you have a 12-man? How does that happen? With 2:47 to go, the Giants get hit with a 12-man on the field penalty. How does that happen? Steelers have it at their own 49. I formation. Handoff off the left side. Steelers will get 3. And the Giants will use their second timeout. So now, obviously, another first down. The game's over. It'll be 2nd and 7. 2:40 to go. Oh, God, man. A quarterback away from being 5-3 or 6-2. You can make, I mean, depending on how good the quarterback is, you can make a case, sure. Trey says, yay, football. Yeah, buddy. So many annoying penalties today by the Giants. So many annoying penalties. Second and 7 from the 49. Here's Wilson. He's going to turn. He's going to give Warren up the middle. Still pushing. He's still pushing. And they will finally rule it down. Whoa. We got a fight there. 2:35 to go. The Giants will use their last timeout. They're going to be about 4, maybe 5 yards short, depending on the spot. So 2:35 to go. The Giants now out of timeouts. You figure Pittsburgh will probably throw here, knowing a first down ends the game. And if you run, you only chew up, figure 30 seconds because it's going to probably take about 6 seconds to run the play. I think Pittsburgh probably calls a pass here where Wilson is obviously a headsy, smart veteran quarterback. If there's nothing there, he's smart enough to know to take the sack to ensure that the clock goes down to 2 minutes. But you got to figure Pittsburgh's going to throw here to try to end the game. We'll see if the Giants can get a stop. Oh, man. 3rd and 5 from the 46. Looking like they may run. I formation. And they will not. Play action. Wilson rolling out to the right. He's going to try to use his legs. And he's going to be short. So they get to the 42. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. So Giants will get a chance. I can't imagine the Steelers would go for it on 4th and 2. If you don't get it, you give the Giants prime field position. So if they punt, depending on where it goes, Giants will have a chance. 2:08 to go here in the 4th. It'll go to the 2-minute warning. And I'm expecting a Steelers punt after the commercial break as we go to the 2-minute warning. Oh, I don't think they'll go for this. I can't. That would be stupid. I mean, if they get it, obviously they look smart, but I think it would be a dumb decision to go for it. If you don't get it, you give the Giants the ball at midfield. If you're the Steelers, you have a great defense. The Giants, for the most part, have struggled inside the red zone. Their only touchdown, I'm trying to think, their only touchdown in the game was on a 45-yard run. They haven't been able to score when they get inside the 10, 15-yard line today. You got to have confidence that your defense could hold them. If you pin them inside the 10-yard line, you don't go for this and risk giving the ball at midfield. With no timeouts for the Giants, you punt. Going to be a procedure penalty on the Giants. Gonna have Chase, not both, 3 New York teams. The Knicks lost too. So hopefully the Giants make it a better night for New York. But obviously, you're gonna need a lot. You need a touchdown, you need a 2-point conversion, then you got to win in overtime. They'll try and draw an offsides. They might, Jay. That's a good point. But if you're Dable or Bowen, you have to tell them there's no way they're snapping that ball. But yes, they might. They might line up and try to draw them offsides because obviously a penalty would end the game. As a matter of fact, that would be a smart decision. Why not if you're Tomlin? And, as a matter of fact, it would probably be beneficial for the Steelers to take a 5-yard penalty to give their punter more room to try to pin them deep. So, yeah, I would line up offensively. They're not going to. They're going to punt. But, yes, that was a good point by you. But they're going to punt. So the Giants will get a chance. We'll see where the drive's going to start. Maybe they block a punt. They don't. Punts away. Fair catch at the 6. So the Giants will have to go 94 yards with no timeouts and convert a 2-point conversion. Say your prayers, Giants fans. You might need the whole Bible. Giants huddled up. Giants will have it here from the 7 to start the drive. Jones out of the gun. He's got Singletary to his left. Jones takes the snap, drops back, 4-man rush, thrown, caught in traffic by Neighbors, and he's able to get out of bounds. So a good start to the drive for the Giants. They pick up 8. They stop the clock. They move. They groove. 1:49 to go. Giants get it up to the 15. It'll be 2nd and 1. Running at this point, not an option. Not with 1:49 to go. Unless a play breaks down, maybe the quarterback tries to pick up 15 or 20. But outside of that, you're throwing. It looks like they're going to review. It's under 2 minutes, so this was called up from the booth for the Giant. What's the review? He's clearly in. Does he lose control of the ball? Or maybe they might be. The only thing I could think, just based off that angle that I just saw, the only thing I could think they're reviewing there is if he got out of bounds. Like, does his left foot touch out of bounds before his knee touches the ground inbounds? I think he's inbounds. After seeing that last angle, I think the right knee touches inbounds before the left foot touches out of bounds. So that's the only thing I could think they're reviewing there. So obviously the clock wouldn't stop in that scenario. I think the knee hit down first. I can't hear the broadcast, but I'm assuming that's what they're reviewing because he clearly had possession of the ball. Ten-second runoff? Is that what happened, MetLife? I'm still waiting. Yep. By rule, under 2 minutes, when we go to a stop to a running clock, we need to run 10 seconds. So 10-second runoff. They rule that the right knee's down, and they're right. It was down before the foot touched out of bounds. So now the Giants will lose 10 seconds, and the clock will run as soon as they spot the ball. So it'll be 1:40 to go. 2nd and 1 for the Giants. So you lose about 10 seconds from that. Jones out of the gun. He'll take the snap, drops back. He'll check it down over the middle. Not a good play. I get you got to pick up the first down, but trading off 4 yards at your own 10-yard line in this situation, knowing that the Steelers will hold the guy down, you trade 20 seconds when there's only 1:40 left for 5 yards. It's not a good play. Jones takes the snap from the 21, drops back, throws into traffic, batted up, incomplete. 1:15 to go, 2nd and 10. From his own 21, Jones takes the snap. Steelers come with 4. Jones heaves it down the field. Caught in traffic by the rookie Theo Johnson. All the way up to near midfield. A fantastic catch by the rookie tight end. And the Giants are going to rush to the line with about 1 minute to go. What a throw by Daniel, too, into a tight pocket. Jones takes the snap. 56 seconds to go. Throw caught out in the flat by Theo. He gets out of bounds. Good play. Up to the 50. They pick up 3. Stops the clock. 53 seconds to go. So now all of a sudden the Giants have enough time. 53 seconds, 50 yards. Giants are cooking. They'll huddle up. They'll talk about it. You go this way. You go that way. I'm going to throw to Neighbors. I don't care if he's double covered. That's what he just said in the huddle. 53 seconds to go. Jones out of the gun. He's got motor to his left. 4 wide. Jones takes the snap. Watt with a great jump off the line. Jones looks right, throws to Neighbors, doesn't care. Out of bounds at the 35, the clock will stop. Giants only waste 6 seconds on that play, and they get 15 yards. That's a good trade-off. 1st and 10, Giants at the 35. Here's Jones out of the gun from the 35. 3 wide, Theo in the slot. Jones takes the snap, drops back, 5-step drop, double pumps, throws down the sideline. Nobody home. Once again, looking for Neighbors. 42 seconds to go, 2nd and 10. Jones was hit as he threw it. Oh, man. Middle of the field, well within play here. You don't have to just work the sidelines. Obviously, more than enough time. You could get up, you could spike the ball, so you could talk it over. You have plenty of time to run a 15-yard play over the middle. As a matter of fact, it's probably what I do here, knowing that they're going to be guarding the sidelines. From the 35, Jones out of the gun, Neighbors in motion. Jones will take the snap, drops back, looking, and he will throw an interception because he sucks. Oh, my God, man. 34 seconds to go. Daniel Jones under pressure just throws it up into double coverage, and the Steelers come up with an interception. He sucks, man. 26-18, Steelers ball. And Larry, man, thank you very much for the 99-cent donation. James says it's okay. They blow the 2-point conversion pretty much. And that'll do it. Giants, valiant effort, but they come up short in Pittsburgh, 26-18. Defense played tough. Offense, first half, moved the ball. Couldn't score, but, a touchdown, but they moved the ball. Tyrone Tracy, fantastic game. Neighbors, crucial drop, but made some plays down the stretch. Daniel Jones, crucial interception down the stretch. Oh, and a fumble. I'm not going to kill him on the fumble. I mean, he was blindsided, but the interception's a horrible decision. Oh, my God, man. When's this team going to be good again? 26-18, Steelers win. J-Tag says, Super Bowl still on the table. This year, are you talking about for the Giants or the Steelers? You got to be talking about the Steelers. You're not talking about the Giants. You're not talking about the Giants, man. Let's see. No, that was certainly Jones' fault, the interception. V-Rock says he had Theo wide open. He sucks. Yeah, he's not good. Let's see. What's up, Jedi? Good to see you. And Samuel says, we have pieces for sure. Just need the quarterback and build the line. I wouldn't say we're a Super Bowl roster, but I agree that we have a good enough roster. If we had a very good quarterback, where we'd be a good team. Oh my God. And what about, of course, man. Thank you for tuning in. But what about the play call by Dable on the 2-point conversion? I would love to hear Dable's explanation for that. Like, what was that? What was that? So many things, so many bad penalties. You think back to early in the game where the Giants had, I think it was 3 penalties inside the red zone of Pittsburgh that stalled out drives. A delay of game penalty, a pre-snap motion penalty. Like I said, a crucial drop by Neighbors. The horrible interception by Daniel Jones. So many things in this game that it went the other way, the Giants would have won in Pittsburgh on primetime. But that's what bad teams do. They find ways to lose. Marcus says, I blame this on Jones, this team, or maybe David. So Jones is certainly not good there. Appreciate it, Chris, man. Thank you very much. Chris, when is this team going to be good? Look at Washington, Texas, and Lions. Yeah, we need a quarterback. I'm not saying we don't. J-Tag says, just need to win out. The Giants, yeah, as long as we win out and we can win the Super Bowl. We're still in it. Oh, man. Luke says, done, bench Jones. Now I'm tired of him. It's going to happen. I don't think it'll happen after this game, but it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen after the bye, like I said before the game starts. Assuming they lose to Washington, which I anticipate they will. And Omni says, as a Steelers fan, great game, Tana, till the end. Hey, man, congratulations. You've been a long-time subscriber of mine. Steelers are just, that's just who the Steelers are, man. Like, they could win. They very rarely, like, blow you out. They just win. They win. They find ways to win. That's just who they are. Let's see. Somebody said taking a stroll to Tankathon. Don't worry, Chris. You'll beat us and we'll get that top 3 pick. Maybe. I doubt it, though. But you're probably one of our more winnable games left, the Saints. Chris, who gets fired first, Dable or Shane? Well, I mean, if I had to pick, like if I knew one was going to get fired, I would pick Dable just because that's the natural course of things. Generally, is the GM will fire the coach to preserve his job. I still don't, especially after what Mara said this week. I don't expect either to get fired at season's end. I think both will be back. And Stewart says, you're the rich man's Bob Papa. That was fun. Appreciate it, Stewart, man. Draft O-line, get multiple quarterbacks, get a bruising back to complement Tracy. I'm going to tell you what, Stewart, I'm with you, man. I've been calling for a big you know what I really wanted a couple of years ago? I think it was like 3 years ago in the draft. A.J. Dillon out of Boston College. Because that was, I feel like we need that kind of back. But I'm going to tell you what, though. Tyrone Tracy, he runs hard, man. He runs hard. But I agree. I would like a big back to compliment him. I agree, but he runs hard, man. Blame the O-line, replace Jones, hire Walls. Hire Walls. Hire Walls. Yeah, Walls will do the trick. Yeah, all kidding aside, I mean, the O-line, I thought the run blocking today was actually really good, but obviously the pass protection was awful. Awful. Like maybe the sack, I don't even know what the final sack numbers were. I was actually surprised. I think it was in like the mid to late third quarter. The Steelers only had 2 sacks, and they both came on back-to-back plays of that drive. But the pressure was there all night. The pass protection today was really bad. But, I mean, what do you expect? With Andrew Thomas not in the lineup, we saw what happened last year, and, you know, it kind of comes with the territory when you have to start, a guy off the street at left tackle. But, yeah, of course, I think the writing's on the wall with Jones. He's going to be replaced. It's just a matter of, when, not if. Let's see. And JTAG says, have you seen the post about the Giants killing 5 players to trigger a disaster draft? That's all we need. No, I have not. I have not. Let's see. And Riemann says, always win just enough to get a good, to not get a good pick. Well, I mean, to be fair, we've had a lot of high picks. I mean, we had the 2nd pick in 2018. We had the 6th pick in 2019. We had the 4th pick in 2020. We had the 5th and 7th pick in 2022. So we've had high picks. That's not why this team's not good. We've had plenty of high picks. So I get what you're saying to not get the number 1 overall pick. But, I mean, it's hard to get the number 1 overall pick. You got to be as crazy as it sounds, you have to get a lot of luck to get the number 1 pick. Because there's a lot of bad teams in the NFL. You need the ball not to bounce your way. You need to get a little lucky to get the number 1 pick. It's not easy to get the number 1 pick. It might be just as hard to get the number 1 pick as it is to win the Super Bowl, obviously in the reverse direction. But the Giants have had plenty of high picks. They just haven't hit on the picks. Well, they've hit on some of them, but not enough. Let's see. Thomas says Giants versus Panthers is payback for World War II. Yeah. Roman says we are beating the Panthers and Commanders. It's just going to F up the draft cap. But I don't think we're beating the Commanders. No chance. Well, I shouldn't say no chance, but very doubtful. I think we could beat the Panthers for sure, but I don't think we'll beat Washington. Oh, my God, Sanchez. Is that the Germany game? Oh, my God. Now I'm getting the joke. I wasn't getting the joke at first. Obviously, World War II. That's the Germany game? Oh, my God. Is the NFL trying to get people in Germany never to watch the league? What a horrible decision. I got to get up at 9 a.m. to call that game. Oh, my God. What a disaster. Germany must hate Goodell. Shane's 2022 draft was a disaster. Wasn't not great with Evan Neal. Scott says, after the way Wink left it, said what I need to know. Yeah. It might start with World War III. All the World War II jokes. J-Tag says, any benefit of moving one of our few solid players to stack picks in case we need to move up? No, I don't want to do that. Well, it depends on the player. There's certain players I'd be willing to trade. Like Azeez Ojulari, for example. He's a free agent next year. But I'm not trading like Dexter Lawrence. Like, no chance I'm doing that. Like some people have said. But certain players that move, Darius Slayton, for example, he'd make sense. Azeez Ojulari would make sense. Depends on the player. And I would expect the Giants to at least see if there's a market for those players. John says, why does Pizzle continue to defend? Because he's a Giants fan at the end of the day. I'm not going to kill him for it. I disagree at this point. I think Jones needs to be replaced. I don't know what Pizzle's saying about it, but if he's saying that we don't need to replace Jones, I mean, I disagree, but he's loyal. He's a Giants fan. Dartmouth says, had hope for a second, man. Johnson was open next quarterback. Yeah. Bill says, we are done. Clean house. Great job, Chris. Good night. Have a good night, Bill. Milroe? I don't know, man. I have to watch all these quarterbacks a lot more. And to be fair, I haven't seen every one of Milroe's games. When I've watched Milroe, I don't know. I'm not like super impressed. He's a great runner. I don't know. I feel like Shedeur Sanders is much better. Shedeur Sanders is much better. Cam Ward's much better. I even, like we talked about earlier in the stream, I think the dude from LSU is better. I'm not a big Milroe guy. Yeah, Nessmeyer. That's the dude from LSU. I think he's better. Let's see. Yeah, I actually like him. I like Nuss from what I've seen, Ray. I don't know where he's going to go, but I like him. Let's see. Ethel says, Jones also almost got Slayton killed tonight with an Aaron Hyde throw. Yeah, it wasn't. I saw people in the chat saying it was an egregious throw. I don't know if I would go that far, but it wasn't a good throw. And yes, Slayton got lit up. Kane says, I'm going for Ward or Sanders, Chris. I would have said right now, from what I've seen, I'd have Sanders as my one at quarterback. I've only, I think he does have special traits when I've watched him. John says, is a first time writing a message. Well, I appreciate you for doing that, man. But here's a tip for you guys. Always bet against the Giants winning. It's free money. That's the smartest thing you ever said, man. You just made everybody in this chat a whole lot of money. Riley Leonard is the next Daniel Jones. I mean, that's just natural, right? Like, both went to Duke. Riley's been playing better. I'm a loose Notre Dame fan. He's been playing better the last couple of weeks. But, yeah, that's a natural comparison. Ray, I think you're an Alabama fan, right, Ray? The few games I've tuned in, I think I've only watched maybe one Alabama game start to finish. I've watched a few quarters, halves. When I've watched him, I'm not impressed. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be shocked if Milroe stays in school another year. I wouldn't be shocked. Let's see. And MY Giants 26 says, keep Azeez. Won't get much for him. Joe won't be able to compensate losing good depth with a fourth or. Well, here's the thing with Azeez, and I don't know what his plan is in the offseason with Shane. I don't know. I don't know what his free agency approach is going to be. But if he feels he's not going to spend big in free agency this offseason in terms of incoming players, which I don't know what he's going to decide to do. But if he feels that way, he would get a compensation pick for Azeez because pass rushers get paid a boatload of money. So unless you're going to get, at a bare minimum, a fourth round pick, at a bare minimum, you're not trading Azeez. You're not trading for a 5th-round pick. You have to get at least, in my opinion, at least a 4th, probably a 3rd. Because like I said, if you're not going to spend big at free agency, I mean, look, I said this in the stream last week. Look at what the Jets dude got that the Eagles paid. He was a rotational pass rusher for the Jets. He got like what, $18-19 million a year. Like, teams need pass rushers. Azeez Ojulari is talented. I don't know what he's going to get, but he'd get a decent salary if he hit free agency. So I'm not just giving him away. I have to get a pretty good draft pick to trade Azeez Ojulari. Let's see. And Relic says, boss, don't know if they told you, but thanks for calling games. I'd rather listen to you than the other peeps that get paid for it. Be well. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being here, buddy. Keith Wilson says, struggling to see 2 more wins the rest of the year. Let Cam Ward and Dame Martinez keep Azeez, please. I'd love to keep Azeez. I'm leaning they won't, Keith, just because how much money you're going to invest at the edge. Plus, as good as Azeez looks this year, let's also not forget the injury history. Depending on what his market would be. But Keith, I'm just anticipating Azeez Ojulari's market is going to, if he continues to play and he stays healthy, he's going to have a pretty high market. You're going to have to pay Kayvon, more than likely. You already paid Burns. I'm leaning they will try to replace Azeez in the draft with an edge rusher. That's what I'm leaning, Keith. But I'd love to keep him. J-Tag says, Sanders has the mentality to succeed in New York, in my opinion. I like Sanders. I've seen a lot of people knock Sanders and talk about that, they worry about Dion and New York. I like Sanders. I don't think he's on the level of Jaden Daniels. Let's start there, or Williams. But I do think he's really good. I like Sanders when I've watched him play. I think he could be a good quarterback, really good quarterback. Let's see. Chris, have you seen Drew? I have. I haven't seen him enough this year. I saw him last year when he played. I think if I'm not mistaken, I watched Penn State's first game when he played, his first game where he played for Penn State, and he struggled. But I actually liked his tools from what I saw. I've said that before. I saw an explosive arm, but I haven't watched Penn State this year. Not enough anyway. Maybe a quarter or two. Not enough. I mean, you say Sanders doesn't fit the mold of a Giants quarterback. I mean, the Giants were. I mean, we all watched Hard Knocks. We saw the guy that the Giants loved. They loved Jaden Daniels. I would say Sanders is I'm not going to say it's an identical skill set, but I would say it's a fairly similar skill set. Obviously not quite the runner that Jaden Daniels is, but I think they're fairly similar. If they really like Jaden Daniels, I don't see why they wouldn't potentially really like Sanders. Let's see. Why do you think we're not utilizing Hyatt? I mean, you want my honest opinion, Dre? I don't think they think Hyatt's good or ready, at least. I mean, he was a project coming out. There's a reason he dropped to the 3rd round. The book on him was that he had a limited route tree. He was basically just a straight line speed guy. And obviously they don't think he's very good at this point. That doesn't mean that can't change, but I think that's the reason. I mean, if I'm being honest, they think Slayton's better. And let's be fair, Slayton's played really well. I mean, the last couple of games, right? So they're probably not wrong about that. I mean, the one time where Hyatt got an opportunity this year where he got a decent amount of snaps in a game, his route running was awful. So yeah, at this point in his career, I just don't think Hyatt's very good. As much as we want him to be, and as much as we want to see him play because he's young and he's got potential, I don't think he's very good. Are we eliminated from the playoffs? Not officially, but not looking good. Do you have any thoughts on the Eagles win yesterday? I'm going to be completely honest with you, John. I was watching the Jet game because the Jets played at the same time, even though they played New England. But when the Giants don't play, I watch the Jets. Obviously, I saw the win, and I saw they put up a ton of points on Cincinnati. And I think Cincinnati, if I'm not mistaken, because I was following the score, I saw that they were ahead early on. I think maybe like 17-10, and the Eagles came back and won. I did see some of the highlights that they showed, while I was watching the Jet game. Hurts hit on a nice deep ball. I think it was to Brown, or maybe it was Devontae Smith. I can't recall, in the center of the end zone from like midfield. But yeah, that's an impressive win, right? Cincinnati was starting to get on a roll. So that was a good win by the Eagles. I'd still say Washington, as of now, is the best team in the division. Let's see. Wait a year and tank for Arch. See, JP, I get it. Like, I do think Arch is really good in the limited time that I've gotten to see him with Texas. Like, he's a guy that, similar to Caleb Williams, when I watch Caleb Williams for the first time, I'm like, that guy's going to be a top 3 pick in the draft, no matter what. Like, and I get a similar vibe with Manning when I watched him play. But here's the problem with that philosophy. You can't guarantee, like, if Manning is going to be viewed as high as we think he's going to be viewed, the team, if they're picking at the top of the draft, they're not going to trade out of the pick. We saw it this past year with Caleb Williams, with obviously Jaden Daniels, with Drake May. Those teams weren't willing to trade out. So there's no way you could know what the team's going to do next year. And there's no way that the New York Giants, if they don't draft a quarterback this year, can tank. There's no way, if Joe Shane and Brian Dable keep their jobs, that they could go into next year being like, oh yeah, let's just suck again and get Manning. Let's suck for the 4th straight year, and John Mara's just going to be completely fine keeping our jobs because we could say, well, look, Manning's in the next draft. That's not going to happen. So in theory, it makes sense, but in reality, it'll never happen. Let's see. Nation says, my Dodgers are 1 win away from the World Series. Yeah, man. For a Manning, Mara might just be okay with the tank. Maybe he could force his way here like Eli did. Stewart says, don't force the quarterback. Find the next Kerry Collins. That might be what they do. Milton, I mean, I don't know who that is. I don't know who's going to become available via trade or free agency, but I won't rule that out if they don't love a quarterback in the draft. Milton says the Giants need to take Jackson Dart, Jalen Miller, or Carson Beck. You like Jackson Dart, huh? I've seen a few people bring him up. Maybe I need to watch more of him. A couple of times I've watched him, I've been like, I don't know. I feel like he's like Bo Nix. And Bo Nix is playing well this year, by the way. I think a lot of that has to do with Sean Payton. But I don't know. I don't see a quarterback where I'm like, my jaw drops. And I'm like, that guy's worth a top 5 pick. I've seen a lot of people bring up Jackson Dart. I'm not in love with Jackson Dart. Let's see. I mean, Kerry Collins was good for what he was. He was a stopgap quarterback. I feel like Kerry Collins he doesn't get enough credit. I thought Kerry Collins was a good Giants quarterback. I mean, he wasn't a franchise quarterback, but it was never intended for him to be a franchise quarterback. He was a guy that you brought over to be a guy because we weren't in a position to draft a quarterback because our defense was too good to pick at the top of the draft that could help the team compete as you were transitioning and continuing to build up the team until you found your franchise quarterback. But Kerry Collins was a good quarterback for the Giants. Kerry Collins, to me, was always a guy that was just outside of a Pro Bowl level quarterback. I mean, back then, quarterbacks didn't routinely throw for 4,000 yards. He did. They moved the ball. They had a good offense when he was the quarterback. He brought him to a Super Bowl. I thought Kerry Collins was a good Giants quarterback. I'm not going to go as far to say a great Giants quarterback, but I thought he was a good one. Let's see. Ask the Vikings. Yeah, well, 41-0. Yeah. Evan says, I can't wait for the draft. Yeah. Collins could throw the hell out of it. He had a cannon, Kerry Collins. Go back and watch some of his highlights. He had a cannon for an arm. Cannon. He may have had a stronger arm than Eli. I mean, Eli's obviously a better quarterback, but he had a big arm. And Eli had a really strong arm, too. Kerry Collins had a cannon for an arm. Let's see. Is Rodgers the Jets' problem? Is Rodgers the Jets' problem? Yes. At this point, yes. I mean, I think it's more than just Rodgers, but yes. Yes. I mean, at the end of the day, he's a 41? He's clearly not the same player that he was. He's lost his mobility. Not that he was ever a running quarterback, but he was a guy that could extend plays and allow his receivers to make plays down the field. He's still intelligent. He still has zip on his passes. I'll say that. I don't think he's lost that from the times that I've watched him play this year with the Jets, but he doesn't have the mobility he once had, and the Jets sold out to bring him in. So, yeah, he's a problem. He's a problem. There's more problems than just him, but he's a problem. Let's see. Chris, I saw Banks was benched. Aside from, I'm curious to see Allen after, I'll watch it tomorrow, Dable's press conference, but I'm curious to see how he responds to that, what he says. I'm sure he's going to keep it in-house. He's not going to I could already tell you what his response is going to be in so many words. He's going to say, that's something that we'll keep in-house. I don't think he's going to go like above and beyond and be like, oh, well, he dogged it on this play, or he gave a really bad attitude on the sideline. I didn't like the way that he responded to a teammate. He's not going to do that. So I think he's going to, in so many words, he's going to say that's something we're going to keep in-house. So I don't think we're going to get an honest answer, which is what he should do. V-Rock says, I'm grateful it's not the Mets. Oh, my God, we'd never hear the end of it. Right, Chris? What do you mean? The Giants tonight, you mean? You talking about the World Series? Well, I'm not glad it's not the Mets. I wish we were in the World Series. If I'm being honest, I'm going to be, and I'm not trying to like shit on the Yankees at all. Maybe you guys will come back and win 4 in a row. But in my heart of hearts, I honestly felt if whoever won the NLCS was going to win the World Series. I felt like the Yankees had a cakewalk to the World Series. They didn't play anybody challenging. I felt like, I don't know. The Mets were the hot team, and I think the Dodgers are the most talented team. So I just felt like whoever won that series was going to beat the Yankees. I really felt like if we beat the Dodgers, the Mets were going to win the first World Series since I've been watching the team. Sucks that we're not there, but the Dodgers are really good. Let's see. Let's see. Well, of course, through my eyes, of course, they wish the Mets were there. If I was a Yankee fan, I would have been rooting for the Mets. Now, the Mets were really good, and they were really hot. And I honestly would have picked us to beat the Yankees. But, yeah, the Dodgers are better than the Mets. Let's just be honest. The only reason why the Dodgers didn't steamroll through the playoffs was because their starting pitching's banged up, and they had to rely on their bullpen. That's the only reason. And I'm going to tell you what, in baseball, I'm a person that thinks that managers get way too much credit in baseball. I don't think that they have that much of it. Out of all, and I'm not a big hockey guy, but out of the 3 sports that I watch, I feel like a baseball manager has the least impact on a team's wins and losses. The least. But what I will say, Dave Roberts' job that he did against the Mets in that NLCS was incredible. The way that he was able to finagle that bullpen, incredible. He did a great job. In that NLCS. J-Tag says, ETA on the inevitable Dable pressure meltdown. I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to melt down. I really don't. He's more experienced than Judge. I don't think he's going to melt down. He's come close. He came close earlier in the year. I don't think he's going to have a meltdown like Judge did. Let's see. Thomas says, Chris, I think worst case we win a total of 5 games. What pick do you think that gets us? Let me look at Tankathon right now. Right now, the Giants have the 9th pick. They're 2-6, but they're tied with like 10 teams. That's why I'm like saying it's way too early to even pontificate of where this team's going to end up in the draft. But you have New England, the Jets, Jacksonville, New Orleans, the Vegas, Cleveland, and the Giants all at 2-6. And the Giants are last out of those teams because they have the strongest strength of schedule, which isn't going to let up because they still play Washington, who has a good, Carolina is obviously going to help their strength of schedule. So I don't know. I mean, the Saints will probably help their strength. So their strength of schedule will go down. So that'll help in the tiebreakers, I guess, in terms of higher draft position. But, I mean, just looking at it, I have to think the Jets obviously it's a lost year, but they have too much talent not to win at least 6 games. Like, I have to think they fight. So I think we'll pass them. Jacksonville probably will win at least 5 or 6 games. Cleveland will probably win at least 5 or 6 games because they have a great defense. I mean, we'll see. But I would be leaning that we're probably going to have a top 5 pick. I don't think we'll have the first pick. But, I'm leaning we'll have a top 5 pick. I think New England could certainly have a worse record than us, even though we have the same record right now. I think Tennessee could certainly end up having a worse record than us. Carolina could certainly end up having a worse record than us. Maybe the Raiders. But I think we'll have a top 5 pick. Even with 5 wins, I think we'll have a top 5 pick. Maybe 6 or 7. Dharma says, predicting, of course, I think we get 3 more wins. I'm leaning about the same. Because, like, last year we were saying the same thing. In 2020, we were saying the same thing. And then we won some games down the stretch that nobody thought we would win. Like, last year we won the 3 straight. Nobody thought we'd win. We beat Washington during the Andrew Thomas year. Like, we'll win a couple of games that people don't think we're going to win. So, I agree. I think we're going to win 5 games if I had to guess. I don't know where they are, the guy, but they'll like I could have said the same thing last year. I could have said, "Where's the 3 wins?" And they beat Green Bay, didn't they? They beat Green Bay. That was a team that was this close to going to the NFC Championship game. They beat the Eagles. Like, when you looked at the schedule before we played the Eagles, obviously before the Eagles started falling apart, you said, "No way." So I don't know where they're coming from, but they'll win 3 more games. It's the NFL. I bet you they win 5 games. Jonathan says, should the Giants make a run at Sam Darnold and trade their top 5 pick? No, I don't want to. The one thing I'll say is, what are you talking about through my eyes? About the Jaguars? You talking to somebody in the chat? I don't know. I just said I think the Jaguars will probably win 6 games. I'm assuming you're talking to somebody in the chat. Should the Giants make a run at Sam? No, I don't want to make a run at Sam Darnold. I guess maybe if it was like in free agency, but I think Minnesota's going to keep Sam Darnold if they keep winning. I think they're going to keep Sam Darnold, and they'll sign him to like a 2-year deal or something, and they'll keep McCarthy on the bench if he keeps playing like this. No, no reason to apologize. I just didn't. I wasn't sure if you were talking to me because I just brought that point up, or the Jaguars up. Let's see. And Norma says, I got news for you. The Giants already won 2 games that they were supposed to lose. Yeah, they did. And they'll probably win another 2 that they're supposed to lose. It's just the NFL. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they won't win another game. But I think they'll win at least 4, maybe 5. Like, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe all the bounces will go against us and we'll get the first pick and we'll only win 2. I don't know. Recent years tell me that won't be the case. And I think the defense is good enough to beat bad teams like Carolina and maybe the Saints. Like, if the Saints don't play their a really good game, I could see us beating them. I I think 5 wins is reasonable to think that the Giants will get. Maybe 5. Yeah, 4 or 5. 4 or 5. Let's see. Sean says, will the Pats finally trade us in the upcoming draft since they're not looking for a quarterback? Yes, I think they'd be open for a trade. Absolutely. They're obviously all in on Drake May, so yes, I think they would trade. J-Tag says, Dable can't figure out how to score touchdowns. I thought Dable called a better game today overall. I liked that they got back to the ground game. They ran the ball very well. I don't know if it's the blocking scheme or the blocking itself, but I think some of it had to do with the scheme, man, because when you looked at some of those big runs today, it seemed like they were able to divert all the defense's attention to the other side of the field that created those holes. So I think some of that has to do with the play calling, there were some massive holes on some of those runs on the left side. So I think some of that has to do not just with the blocking itself. So I actually think Dable called a pretty good game today overall. But you're right. We're struggling in the red zone still. The only touchdown we had came from 45 yards out. Let's see. Yeah, they had a really good run blocking scheme tonight. Really good. And Jake Tag says 3 years as a head coach, offensive guy can't score. You know, I mean, that's going to be we're going to find out next. I think he's coming back, Jake Tag. Like there's in my opinion at least, I don't think that there's a reason to get bent out of shape at this point and hope he gets fired. Like I think John Mara basically told you that in the press conference, which I want him to come back. I do want him to get another year. And I want him to draft his quarterback, hopefully, if there's a quarterback that we feel is worth drafting, and see what happens. If it doesn't work, you rip it up. But that's what I want. I want him to get his quarterback, and we'll see what happens. That's where I'm at. But I don't think he's going to be fired. And Nicholas says, if we get a rookie quarterback, I want to reset the coach because I don't want another Shermer Jones situation. Well, Nicholas, I'm of the mindset, and you may not want to hear this, and a lot of Giants fans don't want to hear this, but this is just how I feel. I want Dable and Shane to get 2 more years after this year because I'm of that exact scenario you said, Nicholas. We brought these guys into a horrible situation that we could all acknowledge. I'm not saying Dable isn't at fault. He's done a bad job in certain games, for sure. They've had some boneheaded decisions. But I'm of the mindset of exactly what you just said. If you draft a quarterback, I don't want that. I don't want him to have to learn a whole new scheme year 2, a brand new head coach. If you draft a quarterback, I want Shane and Dable to get 2 more years. That's where I'm at. I want them to get 5 years at this point because I am leaning that we're going to draft a quarterback. And if we draft a quarterback, yeah, I was on record of saying it when a lot of fans were calling me stupid. And it wasn't because I liked Pat Shermer. I did not think he was a good head coach. But I did not want to fire him because I thought it would have been awful for the growth of Daniel Jones. And I would have the same mindset with Brian Dable. I wouldn't want to fire Dable if we drafted a quarterback this year. I would want Dable and Shane to get 2 more years. And if it's awful after that, rip it up, start over. That's where I'm at. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I understand fans that are frustrated. I understand fans that feel like there hasn't been enough results, that some of Shane's draft have certainly been questionable. Some of Dable's coaching decisions have certainly been questionable. I'm not going to kill fans for being down in the dumps and just wanting to rip it up and not having faith that this is going to get any better with these guys. I get it, especially in recent history. But my mindset is I want them to get a chance to get their quarterback, and I want that quarterback to get a chance to get off on the right foot. And in my opinion, getting off on the right foot is giving them 2 years with Brian Dable. So that's where I'm at, man. I'm all aboard drafting a quarterback. Provided there's one that we like. I don't want to just draft one to draft one. And having Dable and Shane get those 2 years with that quarterback. That's where I'm at. I look at it like the first 3 years here. Year 1, you kind of you didn't really do much because you had no cap. I mean, obviously you had a draft, but you had no cap. You didn't bring in any free agents. You basically just cleaned out the cap mess that Gettleman left you. Obviously, that team overachieved. Nobody saw them making the playoffs. It kind of changed the plan. I think it's pretty obvious they probably planned on drafting a quarterback the next year based off the fact that they did not extend Daniel Jones on the fifth-year option. They didn't think the team was going to do as well as they did. They outperformed. They kept Jones to be a stopgap option for a guy that they hoped could grow into something more, but at a bare minimum, a stopgap option. Admittedly, a stopgap option that has not worked out well. But that's what they transitioned to that philosophy. They said, let's keep building up the team. And now they've spent the last 2 years building up the team for the guy that they think they're probably going to draft next year. I think that's where we're at. That quarterback's going to come into a better situation than Daniel Jones ever inherited. And I want those guys to get 2 years to coach and continue to build up the team. That's where I'm at. If the team stinks after that, rip it up, start over. But that's where I'm at. Let's see. Well, Ryan, here's my mindset, man. And I know we all say as fans, don't force a quarterback pick. Don't draft a don't just draft a quarterback to draft one. But I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen. They're going to convince themselves that there's a quarterback they like enough to draft in this draft. And maybe that will be them forcing a quarterback. But that's what's going to happen. And at least the positive side of me says, even if they force a quarterback pick, which they very well may, they may take Nussmeier or Cam Ward and not truly in their heart of hearts believe that this guy should be a top 3 pick, 4 pick, whatever it may be. But at least the positive side of me says, well, even if that quarterback may not have, and I'm not saying that these guys don't, I'm just saying, even if that quarterback may not have the ability to be an elite top 4 or 5 quarterback, at least now they have built the team. They have Malik Neighbors. The offensive line when Andrew Thomas plays is at least satisfactory. They have pieces in place where the quarterback could be successful. Had you forced a quarterback pick last year with a J.J. McCarthy or a Michael Penix, you would have brought him into a situation without Malik Neighbors. So I would have been more inclined to draft a guy like J.J. McCarthy at 6th overall in next year's draft if we already had Malik Neighbors on the roster. So that's where I'm at. I think they're going to draft a quarterback next year. I think they're going to convince themselves that one of those guys are worth that pick, whether they're absolutely in love with them or not. That's what I think is going to happen, because I think Shane knows he's going to need to do it to save his job. And the same thing with Brian Daboll. That's what I think is going to happen. And that's dangerous territory. It is. Look what happened with Daniel Jones. But that's what I think is going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not. I'm hoping that it works, but I think they're taking a quarterback. J-Tag says they basically need to take the top, unless there's a scenario like someone suggested earlier in the chat that there's a Kerry Collins-like option, like a legitimate starter, and I don't know who it would be, but like a veteran, not as old as Aaron Rodgers for the Jets, but like a veteran, a good veteran that becomes available, that the Giants are like, we don't love a quarterback in this draft, but this guy could man the fort. He could preserve our jobs for the next 2-3 years as we keep building the team. That's the only other scenario. They're going to get a quarterback next year. I don't know if it'll be the veteran route, but if they're going to go the veteran route, it has to be a legitimate veteran route. It can't be, Jacoby Brissett. No, it has to be legitimate, like a guy that you could truly compete to win football games with. It's one of the other. I don't see any other alternative. No, I think it's got to be better than Jameis Winston. Let's see. We're screwed for years to come. Well, if you miss on a quarterback pick, of course, it sets the franchise back. Tyrod Taylor would have been that guy. No, and no disrespect to Tyrod. I think Tyrod's a solid quarterback, but no, I think it's got to be better than that. I think it's got to be like, for me, if you're not going the draft route, it's got to be something like what the Rams did with Matthew Stafford. I'm not saying Stafford specifically, because he's a little bit older now, but it's got to be something like that. Like, it's got to be like a legitimate, really good to really good quarterback. Like, it can't just be a journeyman fringe starter. No. If you're not doing it in the draft, it's got to be a guy that you could really compete to win football games with. It's one or the other for me. I'm not against that, Bort. It's not a horrible. I mean, again, I don't know what the price would be, what his contract. I haven't looked at any of it, and I haven't. To be fair, I haven't watched him a whole lot this year. So I don't know if he's still the same quarterback that he was. But yeah, if Stafford is still really good, yeah, I wouldn't be against it, given the right situation. That it wasn't much of a commitment, and it could be a 2 or 3 year stopgap filler where you could truly compete and continue to build up the football team. I wouldn't be against that. I don't want Joe Flacco. Let's see. Atlas says, find a vet stopgap a la Collins, then move heaven and earth with draft capital to land Arch. That would be great. Sean, not ideal. Not ideal. Sean, let me think around the league. Let's think around the league. And this is why quarterbacks get paid so much, because there's not a lot of good ones. Let's look around the league of guys that may become available that are veterans. Nobody on Carolina. Nobody on Tennessee. Nobody on New England. Nobody on the Jets. Nobody on Jacksonville. I don't love Carr. No, not Watson. Nobody on Miami. There's not, Dak. I don't want Dak. And Dallas just signed Dak, so obviously that wouldn't even happen. Colts, no. Tampa, Mayfield's obviously still there next year. He's playing well this year. Geno, no, I don't think so. I don't think that would happen. I don't know his contract situation, but I don't think so. Nobody on the Niners, nobody on the Bears, nobody on Arizona, nobody on the Chargers. Like, there's not really many options of who may become available. Like, Stafford's. That's why I think Stafford's brought up, because it's a team that is kind of underperforming this year. They're kind of a team that is probably going to transition soon. So I think that's why people throw that name out there, because it's one of the only semi-realistic potential options for a good to very good starter that may potentially become available. Like, there's not. People bring up Darnold, but I think Minnesota will probably sign him, and he's a gamble. I mean, he was not very good before this year. Would he be successful here? I don't know. There's not a lot of options, guys. Let's see. V-Rock says, you think Locke is ready for when his numbers go? I think Locke sucks. I mean, I'm not saying whatever. I think if they want to play him, whatever, but I don't think he's very good. Fields? He's solid, I guess. I don't know. I'd want better than Fields, personally. Darnold has JJ and no crap, he's good. Yeah. I'd probably rather see with your logic, we might have a chance with Arch. Well, Sean, what's the proper? I don't know what the logic is here. It's a tough situation, hopefully, Sean, ideally, they love a quarterback, and then it's simple. It's cut and dry. You trade whatever you got to trade if there's a trade available to go and get your guy. It's pretty simple at that point. That's the easy question. That's the easy answer. The more complex question is, what do you do if you can't obtain a quarterback you love in next year's draft? There's no way you can convince the fan base we're going to bring it back with Daniel Jones. It's not going to happen. It's not happening. So at that point, what do you do? So it's tough. It's a tough situation. Shinji says, what about Hendon Hooker? I mean, the guy's never played. No. I could see Winston as a backup. I don't hate Winston in that exact scenario that you're talking about. I've always liked Winston, actually. I always wanted Winston to get another shot. And I felt like he never really got like a real second shot. Like I wanted him to get a shot like Darnold got a shot, right? Like Darnold got put in a really good spot. And I said, oh, maybe with New Orleans, once Breeze retires, he'll be that guy. And he never really got that shot. I always liked Winston. I think Winston has a really big arm. He's just like, I don't know. He just has he just feels like to me a quarterback that if he's put in the right spot could end up being really good. But I don't think you could sell the fan base on Winston. But in this scenario you just talked about, if you draft a quarterback, yeah, if you bring in a guy like Winston to be the starter next year and the quarterback sits underneath him and learns for the majority of the year, I think that's an ideal type situation. And it would make sense for Winston too, because he would say, okay, obviously I'm not the long-term answer there, but I get to play with Malik Neighbors, Brian Dable, good play caller. I get an opportunity to start if I look really good, kind of like Kurt Warner did for the Giants for 8 games or whatever it was before Eli took over. I'll get an opportunity elsewhere. So it kind of would make sense for both sides, a guy like that. Tano can't be worse than yeah, can't be. Nick Foles. I mean, how old is Nick Foles at this point? Wentz is damaged goods. And Wentz is such a peculiar quarterback, right? Like, he's a guy that I remember watching with the Eagles early on in his career where I was like, this dude is like the closest thing to Aaron Rodgers in the NFL. Like when he was like at his best. Like he had special ability. And I think it's all mental with Wentz, man. And I think he's kind of fallen apart since. But I think once the Eagles drafted Hurts, I think that ruined him mentally. And you can't have that, man. You can't have a guy that is weak mentally come to New York. It wouldn't work. And he's just not the same player he was either. He's just not. Really weird, man. Really, he just kind of fell off the map. Arthur says, do you guys still want Dable as a coach? I'm a Lions insider. Yes, I personally do. I think there's a portion of the fan base that wants to move on at this point, but yes, I personally do. Let's see. Well, the injury certainly didn't help. Blizzard says Wentz and Watson are both in the same boat. Yeah, different ways that they got there. But yes, both guys that at one point you said top 5 ability and they fell off. The only difference is obviously Watson has an egregious contract at this point. They're not trading Penix. They just drafted Penix. They took Penix with the 8th overall pick. You're talking about a team. They must have really liked Penix because you're talking about a team that is in win now mode. They have all the pieces on offense. They went out and they signed a fringe top 10 quarterback. I personally don't think he's top 10, but he's fringe, like a guy that they think they could compete with. And I don't want to use the term wasted, but from Kirk Cousins' perspective, they wasted the 8th overall pick on a backup quarterback. So they must have really liked Michael Penix. They're not trading Michael Penix. Let's see. Stan says, I don't know, man. Giants should have taken care of the quarterback position 5 years in a row now. I mean, yes, obviously, if you could go back in hindsight, you say we should have drafted Justin Herbert the year after we drafted Daniel Jones, but that wasn't happening because Daniel Jones showed enough potential where you're like, yeah, of course we're going to give this guy a second year. So that was never happening. I'd have to go back and look at drafts, but the first draft that Shane had to take a quarterback, there was no quarterback to take. The first quarterback off the board was Kenny Pickett. So there's no quarterback to take. And then the next year we were drafted 25th. So he never really had an opportunity to replace him with a viable option in the draft. Let's see. Would Winston be affordable? I could see him settling in with the media taking. I would think he would be affordable. I mean, Winston right now is he started this past week, right? Because of the injury. I don't even know how he did. But yeah, I would think he'd be available. I don't know what I would imagine he'd be available. And Stewart says Coach Walls wants to bring in Kaepernick. Thoughts? Here's my thoughts. I mean, people have asked me about Kaepernick in the past. Here's my thoughts on Kaepernick. And I know it's like a sensitive topic. It shouldn't be. But it's like, I don't know. For whatever reason, it's a sensitive topic with people. Like, I think Kaepernick was unfairly treated. That's just my honest opinion. I think he was unfairly treated. I do think he was blackballed from the NFL. I think that he should have gotten an opportunity to stay in the league, be a star. If not a star, I think he was definitely capable of being a starter when they let him leave, or at a very bare minimum, be a very good backup. I understand he did some things that were questionable, like the pig socks, whatever. But I think he got blackballed by the league. But the Kaepernick stuff is just silly at this point. The guy hasn't played for what, 5 years, 6 years? It's just stupid at this point. It's not happening. It would be silly. You can't just pick up a football 6 years later. The guy's what, like 37, 30? He's not playing anymore. He's done. Do I think he was unfairly treated at some point? Yeah, I do. That's my honest opinion on it. J-Tag says Giants field office needs to study how the Packers do it. I mean, ideally, you have a good enough situation where you have a franchise quarterback that you could sit him for 3 years, but not every team has that. That's easier said than done. Let's see. Love you, brother. Hope all is well. Yeah, man, absolutely. Thank you for being here. Rest in peace, Trevor Lawrence from Jacksonville, and leap into Super Bowl contention. Let's see. J-Tag says Giants field office needs to study how I already read that one. And I saw somebody say they were new to the channel. I just wanted to say hello to them. Thank you for popping in. I think he was a Lions fan. I just want to go back to that comment. I saw somebody. Well, I saw you, but now I'm having trouble finding your comment. But I appreciate you for being here. Type again. I'll say hello to you. I'm not trying to go political. It shouldn't be political. Oh, there you go. Don, man, thanks for being in the channel, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for popping in, and congratulations to your Lions. I'm actually happy for the Lions, man. You talk about a fan base of a team that has been, in the dumps my whole life, man. For you to, I'm happy for Lions fans to turn around and to do it with a former Giant, nevertheless, right? Your head coach used to be a Giant, so I'm happy for him. I'm happy for you guys. You guys got a great football team. I'm going to be honest. I think the Lions, I don't have a second favorite team. I say that all the time. Like, people ask me, who's your second favorite team? I don't have one. I'm a one-team guy. I will always be a one-team guy. Whether it's baseball with the Mets, I don't care about the Yankees. I don't care about anybody. I'm a Met fan. With basketball, it's the Knicks. Don't care about the Nets. Don't care. No, it's the Knicks. Same thing with football. I don't have a second favorite team. But in the playoffs, for rooting interest, I will attach myself to a team when the Giants are out of it. And I'm going to be honest. I think the Lions are my team. I love your team. I love the way the Lions are built. I love everything about the Detroit Lions. They're everything a football team should be. They're super strong up at the point of attack on both sides of the ball. It's impossible not to love their head coach. They've got weapons all over the place. I love the Detroit Lions in terms of the way the team is built. Let's see. Zany says, if Lawrence or Herbert somehow became available first, who would you go after? Herbert. Not even close. Herbert. Not even close. And I know that Lawrence beat him in a playoff game, but Herbert. Through my eyes says, imagine being a nerd in high school with the Watt kid. Yeah. Cam Newton would take us to the... No, he wouldn't. I love prime Cam Newton, but no, he wouldn't. Convo says, what do you think the main problem on the team is? Quarterback. I mean, there's several other factors. Like, I hate when people say don't make excuses for Jones. It's not making excuses to Jones to say that the offensive line is not good. It's not an excuse. It's a fact. The offensive line did improve this year with the free agent acquisitions we made before Andrew Thomas got hurt. But the offensive line still needs to get a lot better. That's not an excuse. That's still a major problem. That needs to get better. We need more help at the wide receiver position, I think. I think we need another piece. But the main problem is the quarterback. I mean, you look around the league. At the end of the day, I think in the past, because I convinced myself too, it was fair to say with the construction of the Giants team 2-3 years ago, I think it was fair to say not almost any quarterback wouldn't have been very successful here. With how bad the line was, with how depleted the wide receiving group was, the constant turnover with the head coaches. But at this point, this team, you look at this team, you say, it's far from perfect. But be honest with yourself. If, I don't know, name a really good quarterback. If CJ Stroud was on the Giants right now, do you think we'd have 2 wins? If Joe Burrow was on the Giants right now, if Patrick Mahomes was on the Giants, name the quarterback, like a really good quarterback, we'd have 5-6 wins. So the clear problem, in my opinion, at this point in time with the Giants is we don't have a good enough quarterback. It's as clear as day. We don't have a good enough quarterback. Plain and simple. JTAC says, main problem is culture, loser mentality. That's a problem too. Lamar's another one, of course. Ethel says, serious question. When is the last time Jones has made a big scramble play? Everything has to be, yeah. The O-line's not good, Stuart. It was better when Andrew Thomas was in. I do think fans were overrating it a little bit, but it was playing well. It was definitely playing well. Much better than we've been accustomed to. But with Andrew Thomas out, it's egregious. It's awful. Yeah, I'm done with DJ. I mean, look, I don't have agendas, man. I'm not gonna push a narrative and just be like, oh, Daniel Jones is the guy, and then just stay with that. No, if I see evidence that I feel we should change, I'm going to adjust my opinion. I thought Jones played well enough in 2022 to see if he could get better. I thought he had a really good year in 2022, all things considered. I'm not saying he was elite, but he had a really good year. I thought he played well enough to see if he could grow, especially given the circumstance the Giants were in, picking as late as they were. So I understood that. But at this point, yeah, he needs to be replaced, man. He needs to be replaced. Let's see. Do you think Dable is getting a fair shot as a coach? No. But I think there's reasons to be critical of Dable too. I'm not giving him a complete pass. But no, I think he needs to get his quarterback. JTAG says, how many firsts to get Burrow? 12? Probably. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation, JTAG. That's why teams overdraft quarterbacks all the time, because when you find that guy, you could say that about the top 8 quarterbacks in the league. Green Bay's not trading Jordan Love for 7 firsts. CJ Stroud not getting traded for 7 firsts. They're irreplaceable. You cannot replace that. So that's why the Giants need to try to find that. I'm not saying they need to find Pat Mahomes, but they need to find a guy that can win them football games. You need a really good quarterback in today's NFL. You just do. Look at the best teams in the league. They all have really good quarterbacks for the most part. You could find an outlier here and there. Like you could certainly argue Purdy, who I actually think is underrated at this point by some fans. I do think he has good traits. I think he's a really good processor. Does he have superhuman ability? No, he doesn't have great mobility. He has great pocket awareness. He scans the field well. But yeah, Purdy, do I think he's an elite quarterback? No, I think he's in an elite situation. Do I think Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback? I don't. I think he's in an elite situation. But it's not easy to build elite situations. It's much, it's not easy. And if you have the opportunity to draft a guy you feel has the potential to be an elite quarterback, you do it. And the Giants more than likely will convince themselves that they think one of these quarterbacks in this draft have the potential to be an elite quarterback. Whether or not they become one is another discussion. Let's see. Packers are 100% trading Love for 3 firsts, let alone 7. You really think that? You think the Green Bay Packers would trade Jordan Love for 3 firsts? If the Packers made Jordan Love available for 3 firsts, I would be starting the parade right now down to Green Bay and demanding that Joe Shane trade 6 firsts to get Jordan Love. I would kill for Jordan Love right now in a New York Giants uniform. There is not a chance if you called the Green Bay Packers general manager today and said, yeah, we're going to give you 3 firsts for Jordan Love, he'd hang up the phone and then he would laugh about it and talk about it with the other 30 GMs in the league. There's not a chance in hell that Jordan Love would be available for 3 firsts. There's not a chance in hell he'd be available for 6 firsts. He's a franchise quarterback. J-Tac says, since we got a Lions fan in here, John Dorsey is the best roster builder in the NFL. Built KC, Cleveland, and Detroit. Yes, and Cleveland built a good team with Dorsey, but obviously, it didn't pan out because Watson. But yes, he also built that team. And they do have a very good team. Just the quarterback didn't work out. Black Love says, how many games did Dable cost us? Time management, bad play calling was okay. It's undisciplined team. I agree today. I think Dable, I think the play calling today from Dable was actually good. Like I said, I think the play calling overall was strong today. Where I think you can be critical, and there's, every individual game is different. Like in terms of the way that at least I view and would judge the coach. Like there's certain games this year where I didn't like the play calling. The last 2 weeks, I didn't understand why you only run the ball 7 times in the first half combined over the last 2 games. Didn't understand it. The fact that you didn't have a kicker on the roster going into week 2 was ridiculous. A backup kicker with knowing Graham Gano the way that he responded to the injury the year before. Clearly, probably should have had a backup kicker on the roster. He's done a lot of things. But today, I think the play calling was good. But where my issue is with Dable in this game was so many. And, okay, if I'm going to be completely fair, it's a tough environment. You're on the road, loud stadium. I understand there's going to be some pre-snap penalties, especially near the end zone where the crowd is the loudest, if I'm being completely fair. But, I mean, my God, man, 12 men, that's inexcusable. 12 men in the huddle with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the football game. There's no excuses. Whether that's Dable, whether that's Bowen. You're the head coach. That can't happen. All the pre-snap motion penalties today. Lack of discipline. So, yes, I think there are a lot of things today that you could say, what are you doing, man? Like, the team has to be much more disciplined than they were tonight if you expect to win football games. So, yeah, I think you can be critical of Dable. I still don't want to fire the guy. Fire the guy. The 2-point decision, yeah. The 2-point decision. Michael says, do you still draft a quarterback but keep DJ? Had a back? No. I mean, I won't rule it out, but the way I look at DJ at this point is I think the Giants just want to wipe their hands of Daniel Jones at this point. I think they're going to say, we could save $20 million if we cut him. We need a fresh start. He needs a fresh start. Hopefully I'm not rooting against the guy. I hope he lands somewhere and he plays well. I hope what happened to Sam Darnold happens to Daniel Jones. He hasn't been a bad guy. Hasn't worked out here. It's just a bad relationship at this point. Sometimes you just need a fresh start on both sides. I think the Giants wipe their hands. Let's see. MetLife Stadium says, I really like Drew Phillips, but man, he got torched tonight. Yeah, I mean, he's a rookie. It's going to happen. But yeah, the one thing that really stands out to me with Drew Phillips, I don't know how good he is in coverage. I don't know. But the one thing that really stands out to me with Drew Phillips when I watch him play, when I'm watching the games, he's got really good instincts. Like you think about there was one play in particular today. It was like a check down. It was like a 3rd and 13. And the Steelers called a check down pass. And they picked up like 18 yards on a 3rd and 13. And McLeod on that play, his instincts were awful. He was so slow to respond on that play. He just stood there. He wasn't even being blocked. With Phillips, every time I see that guy, he's so quick to the ball to anticipate where to be. So that's the one thing that really stands out to me with Drew Phillips. His instincts, really strong. I don't know how he is in coverage. I haven't watched enough film, and it's hard to see when you're watching a game on TV. But his instincts really stand out to me every time I watch him play. Let's see. Time to clean house. Bring in the ghost. Bring in the ghost and Cam. I'm assuming you're talking about Cam Ward. I mean, if he's available, certainly a possibility. I think he's gonna be one of the top 3 quarterbacks for sure in this year's draft. The 12 men on the field at the end was intentional by Dable to kill time. Wait. Is this what Dable said, or you're just speculating? This makes no sense to me. It's 2nd and 3. No, there was no way that was intentional. It was 2nd and 3. You gave him a free first down. You gave him an extra play to continue to chew up the clock. It wasn't intentional. It couldn't have been intentional. It would have made no sense. How did it help us? It was 2nd and 3. If the game is won and lost there, you have to stop them. You have to get off the field. You gave them an extra play to kill the clock. You gave them a first down, so it went from 2nd down to first down. That makes no sense. Mark says DJ is likable, but he isn't an NFL caliber quarterback. He's not a franchise quarterback, and that's all we need to know. Is he capable? Michael says defense to coach on 2-play O-line, just stay there. Yeah. Cole says, when is that new channel you're a part of doing live streams? I don't know when we're gonna do live streams. We'll see, but I'm having fun with it. If you haven't checked it out, go check it out. It's called, what is it called again? I don't even Giants Collective, I think it's called. It's fun. It's with Bad Dog, me, Anthony, who I love. I've always liked Anthony from Fireside Giants. Really good channel. So yeah, definitely check it out. We do, as of now, we're doing 1 show a week. It's an hour. If it probably in the off season, because right now I don't think it's going to grow much in popularity because the Giants are awful. But maybe during the off season draft, when there's more to talk about, we'll probably do 2 shows a week. I don't know about live streams, but yeah, we're having fun doing it, man. Let's see. Is there a chance Jones restructures contract to stay with the G-Man? No. I don't think the Giants would. No. I think the Giants would cut him. They're not going to restructure it. Do you think the Giants will have a low enough pick in the draft to get one of the top quarterbacks? I think they're either going to be low enough to just draft one themselves, or they're going to have the opportunity to trade up for one if they like one. Because it's not like last year's draft. The quarterbacks in this year's class, well, there are some talented ones. are not of the caliber of last year's class, where they're like prospects that you're not trading out for. And there are teams that'll be at the top of the draft, like New England, for instance, who took Drake May last year, who won't be drafting a quarterback that would be willing to trade out. So I think they'll have the opportunity to trade up if they're not picking high enough, if they like a quarterback. Let's see. Any chance on taking a stopgap guy in free agency and draft Archie next year? There's no way you can guarantee you're going to be picking high enough to get Archie. That's the problem with that plan. I would love to get Archie. I think he's going to be great, but that's the hole in that plan. You can't guarantee you're going to be able to get the first pick. J-Tac, thank you very much. He says, Dable on the verge of a meltdown. Watch the press. I'll watch it tomorrow, after work or on break. I'll watch. That's when I usually watch it, I'll watch it tomorrow. But I'm sure, man, I'm sure he's not happy, but I really hope he doesn't blow up, man. I do not want to have to fire another head coach. Archie isn't coming out in 2016. I feel like that's too hard to tell right now. But I mean, next year will be his first year as a starter for Texas, because obviously Quinn Ewers has been the starter there the first 2 years since Manning's been there. It'll depend. Obviously, it'll depend on how well he plays, how well the thing is, it's so hard. It's not the way it used to be, where you would say, like, for instance, Matt Leinart back in I don't even know what year that was. It was a long time ago. The draft with Vince Young and Matt Leinart. I remember thinking Matt Leinart was an idiot for staying in college another year while he was at USC, because I personally didn't think Matt Leinart was a great individual quarterback. I thought he was a quarterback that was in a great situation with USC. I mean, they had pros all over the field. They had just won a national championship. His stock, I didn't think, was ever going to get any higher, and he risked injury going back to college. So I thought that, that's an example where I thought it'd be stupid to go back to school. But in the modern day of college football, with the nil money, like if you're Manning, you could probably make $5-6 million off the field while you play in college. Easy, right? I'm sure Shedeur Sanders is making that. So it's like, you're not going to make much more than that as a rookie anyway. So if you feel you need another year of seasoning, yeah, I'm not going to be stunned to see players stay longer in college than they have in years past, because now the financial implications aren't as, I guess, like, strong to go to the NFL if you feel like you're not prepared. So it's entirely possible Manning may feel he may want to stay another year in college. He may not come out in 26. It's entirely possible. Long Island, Simon. Josh says there's no superstar free agent quarterbacks to sign, and you said no team is going to trade one under contract. Shane and Dable will probably do what it takes to draft their guy. I think that's exactly what I think they're going to do, Josh. Like, if I had to predict today, I think we're going to draft a quarterback. Christian says, I feel like there was no hope for us. Last year felt like our last legit chance of becoming a good team, but this year's quarterback class just feels very weak. I don't know. It's definitely, I wouldn't consider this quarterback class weak. I just don't think it's as strong as last year's quarterback class, which was really strong. But like, Christian, it's so unpredictable. Like, you think about the quarterback class in Trevor Lawrence's class, whatever class, I don't remember what year that was. I think it was like 21. Like, people were saying that was an incredible quarterback class. Oh, this class is great. Trevor Lawrence sucks. He's not much better than Daniel Jones at this point. I mean, maybe he will mature. Zach Wilson is halfway out the league. Trey Lance is halfway out the league. Mac Jones is halfway out the league. So you don't know. You don't know. If you like a quarterback, you take one. I will swings at some point. I'm going to do some. I'm not going to do them every week, every day, but probably after the Giants season, I'll probably do like a stream or two a week of the Knicks. it absolutely made sense to give them a first down before you use a timeout and you start all over. Alex, let me think about it. I mean, maybe I'm mistaken. At that point, I believe the Giants had already used one timeout. Am I correct in that? Before that play, I think they had already used one timeout. So if they already used one, all right, okay. So your logic, Alex, was that and it was before the 2-minute warning? Let me go back and look because I'm trying to see if there's some. Okay, so it was before the 2-minute warning. Okay, now that I thought about it, if that's what they did, if they did it intentionally, I could see the logic behind it. Okay, I'll be fair. Because, okay, the way you look at it is there's a better chance you still have 3 stoppages in play. There's a better chance you're going to be able to get a stop when you have 3 downs to surrender less than 10 yards rather than 2 downs to surrender less than 3 yards. And obviously you waste 1 timeout in that scenario because if you were able to get a stop on 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and short, you would still have the 2-minute warning in your back pocket. In the scenario where you give them the first down, you're surrendering the 2-minute warning along with the additional 2 timeouts, but you feel percentage-wise there's a better chance you'll be able to get the stop with 10 yards to play with. Now that I thought about it, I can see the argument for both sides. I don't think it's a slam dunk decision to take an intentional penalty. And part of me, and again, I would like to hear Dable. I don't know if Dable said that or not, but part of me feels if you're going to do an intentional penalty, you probably don't do a 12-man in the huddle. You probably just do like an intentional offsides. Like usually, I feel like that's usually what you do. But now that I think about it, okay, you can make an argument logically. There's a higher percentage chance you'll be able to get the ball back offensively if you give up the first down there, even though you're guaranteeing you're going to have to give up one more stoppage in play. Okay, fair. Let's see. Mully says thoughts on I like him. I don't think that he I don't think that he is elite, but I like him. I think people are underrating him from what I've seen. Everybody just acts like Cam Ward is elite. And I like Shedeur Sanders. And I don't know if I'd put him in their class, but yeah, I like him. I think he's got a much bigger arm than I thought he was going to have. He's not mobile, not very mobile at all, but he's got a pretty big arm, dude. When I've watched a couple of LSU games, I think he's got good zip on his throws. The other thing that I think is important when I watch him play, especially experiencing Daniel Jones as my quarterback, I feel like he scans the field really well in the couple of LSU games I've watched. So I like him. I think in the end, and I don't know where he's being mocked. I haven't looked at any recent mock drafts. I think he's going to be a first half of the first round pick. I like him. I think he's good. Now you should rethink that 2-point play. Well, at least logically, I could at least understand why they would go for 2 there because you see teams do it around the NFL all the time based off of analytics. But the play call was what bothered me more than the decision to go for 2, though, even though I would not go for 2 in that situation. Josh says, I don't believe the whole weak versus strong draft class. It's hit or miss. And it honestly comes down to how good of a team. That has as much to do with it as anything, Josh. I mean, because let's be fair, like, I'm not, there's certainly some quarterbacks that are elite, like can't miss prospects for sure. But how many times have there been elite can't miss prospects that fail in the NFL? It's not necessarily because they don't have the capabilities of being really. Sam Darnold's a perfect example. He was an elite can't miss prospect. He was awful in the NFL before this year. Now he got put in a situation and he's playing like a Pro Bowler. So yes, situation has a lot to do with it. A lot to do with it. And that's why I say it to myself as a Giants fan. The situation's better now. You have a receiver. Continue to build up the offensive line. Continue to build the team after you draft the quarterback. If you like one that you think could develop into a really good quarterback, you take one. Period. And you continue to build up the team. Thoughts on Jackson? I don't love him. I've seen a lot of people bring him up. I don't. Again, I will watch him more, but I don't love him. I like Nuss a lot more than him, from what I've seen. Jackson Dart's more of an athlete, but I like Nuss more. But guys, I am going to close it out. I hung out with you guys for a bit. Just figured I would hang out with the chat, talk to you guys. Love you guys. You guys are the best. Yeah, I'll be live on the new Giants channel on Wednesday, so that's in 2 days. Obviously we'll be calling the Giant game next week, but appreciate all you guys. You guys are the best. Get some sleep. I got to get up early for work tomorrow, but I know I'd be watching the highlights anyway if I wasn't talking to you guys until at least 1 or 1:30. So you guys have a great rest of your night. And tough loss tonight, but it is what it is. The Giants are just a team at this point that just finds ways to lose, but appreciate all you guys. Giants Collective, it's called, Michael. Check it out. Giants Collective. Yeah, it's a group of us. It's like a round table, just Giants specific fans. But have a good night, guys.